Ahem. Hey, what's up? How's it going, everybody? I have attempted to make my UI slightly better for actual combat. I have no idea if it's going to work. I really love how there's you open up the UI config and there's just a shit ton of boxes that never actually light up anywhere. And you can't really test it unless you're like in a party in an actual fight. It's awesome, I love it. I mean, there's probably ways to do it, I just don't play the game really at all. But anyway, how's it going, everybody? Hopefully there should be less frame drops and jitters. But OBS did nearly prevent me from starting stream. Like, for some reason I tried to hit go live and it was just like, nah, bro. Your drivers aren't letting you do it in encoding error. And I just reset OBS and it worked. So, you know, it might just blow up at some point. Not entirely sure. I do hope that there is less parentheses, Ori. From what I've heard, this next series of fights is a lot more straightforward. Like, there's less obtuse insta-kill mechanics, but I mean, I'm probably gonna get got. Somebody mentioned the Cage of Darkness. Uh-huh! I have not and will never play Kingdom Hearts. You could not catch me dead playing that game series, man.
今はエリクトニオスの話を聞こ
う。Let me just make sure. Okay, yep, the OCR window and everything is right. Look, Kingdom Hearts is just... I understand that people love it, but I cannot take... Like, you tell me that you got, like, Donald Duck giving heartfelt, serious takes about, like, Final Fantasy characters and the darkness, and you lost me. Yeah, the, Yo, what up? Honestly, I would say that the, I think the best thing about this whole segment, looking back at it, like the best part of the most recent segment that we just played through, to do a little English translation recap. Let me see if I can find the... Let me see if I can find the line that I'm thinking of real quick. Ah, yes. Here we go. Just to have, like, a little quick, recap for the English translation. We've got the bit here, where, in Japanese, Eriktonios specifically said that his mother died, shinda. You know, the same very common turn of phrase for death. You know, just the Japanese word for death, saying that she died. Which is the same thing that, you know, got everybody freaked out when Hermes said it. Hermes was like the only person who said it. Everybody else didn't really even understand why he was saying it. The term death is weird to the people of Utopia. It's not a thing that you say. And then, when you kill Dracula, I'm just gonna call him Dracula. Or rather, you know, he goes and takes himself out. In the Japanese, he uses multiple euphemisms for death. He does not say the word shi. However, in the English, come what may, I die with dignity. So in terms of the accuracy of the TL for this segment, this is about what we're dealing with. The word death being incredibly important, and then them just completely flipping who uses it and when. It's great. Also, like, them going with, like, Abyssos for this, instead of just saying purgatory, it's also just a really fucking stupid thing. Just keep it as purgatory, dude. You're not clever. Like, if you can't remember whether or not the word death is important to the ancients, you shouldn't be trying to act clever.
使い魔を操る者は、はっきりと認めたんだ。自らが、黒幕であり、ラハブレアであると。
The person controlling that familiar said it. Like, I mean, I guess you would just say, like, admitted it themselves. He said it himself, that he's the mastermind behind this all. La Habrea.
黒幕が行っている研究。その目的は、人間と創造生物の融合体、半身、ヘミテオスを生み出すことだ。
This continues to bother me. This continues to bother me. I mean, this dude is clearly just like, he's Elidibus, right? But it's weird that he's using the word ningen. It's very weird and I don't like it. Like, he's not saying shito. He's not saying, like, person. He's saying human. Like, who the hell says this? Even in English, that would sound weird. That is an Elidibus? Is it not? It's almost a... Fuck, yeah, you're right. And the masterminds are Surge. And he's attempting to create a demigod. Hemiteos. By fusing... you know, humans, you know, humans and creations.
それを行うのに、一番都合がいい立場にいるのは、パンデモニウムの長官でもある、ラハブレアだというのは、理解できる。14人委員会や、院の使命と、並行し、暗躍していた可能性もあろ
う。Yeah. You know, it makes sense that the person who would be in the, like, most ready position to be able to do that would be La Habrea, the director of Pandemonium. Yeah, it's like possible he was working in secret alongside, you know, his duties in fulfilling the mission of the Committee of 14 and, you know, the Institute. His institute.
だが、私には信じられない。彼がこうした非道な行為を犯すとはどうしても思えないんだ。
But I just can't believe it, that he would do something so inhuman.
君も確か、ラハブレアと面識があるんだろう。彼は、黒幕だと思うかい？
You're, you're acquainted with La Habrea, right? Do you believe that he's, like the one behind all this? Do you believe he's the mastermind? Yeah? I mean, yeah? That's one hell of a pose. Yeah. Your options here are, well, you know, I still can't say just yet. Or the top one being like, yeah, for La Habrea, it's very much so possible. I'm gonna go with like, yeah, dude, I mean, it's La Habrea we're talking about. I mean, at this point, he isn't insane.
君は、ラハブレアが、自身の目的のためならば、非道な実験も厭わない人間だと、考えているわけか。
Why does he keep saying Ningen? If this doesn't lead into anything, it's gonna really throw me. Like, technically you can use this in a not, like, totally weird way. But it's raising alarm bells for me, man. I see, so you believe that La Habrea is the sort of human. I mean, I guess you could say sort of man, but it's... saying Ningen is just so weird. Like, for whom these sort of inhuman experiments... It's like who would be capable of conducting such inhuman experiments in order to further his own goals.
ラハブレアの人柄については、俺も同感だ。あいつは、使命のためなら何でも犠牲にできる男なんだよ。
Yeah, that's a lot more normal, saying, like, otoko. How did the ancients refer to themselves? I mean, they say people, and human. I think they even say jindui at one point, like literally mankind. But the problem is that it has the same sort of feel as if, like, if you were playing a game in English natively, and somebody just kept referring to people as humans, right? Like, ah, yes, you believe that La Habrea is that sort of human. It's like, that triggers some weird, like, hey, are you some sort of weird fucked up alien? Alarm bells. I feel the exact same way about La Habrea. He's the sort of man who'd be willing to sacrifice anything for his mission.
自己の感情などよりも、使命を優先する男だとは、私も思う。だが、手段を一切選ばないような、そんな人物だったのだろうか。
Okay, I too believe that he's the sort of man who, like, would prioritize his mission over his own feelings. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure if he's, you know, the sort of person who would... I mean, this is like who would stop at absolutely nothing to see them done.
私も少なからずラハブレアと接してきた経験はあるが、君たちが語る人物像とはまるで別の印象を受けてきたんだ。決して倫理観が欠如した人間ではなかったとね。
Again, this is just weirding me out. I have, like, considerable experience with La Habrea. However, I have a entirely different impression from the person you've described. To me, he was by no means, like, bereft of ethics. Well, that's not even really, like, bereft. Like, I didn't find his, like, you know, ethics wanting or something like that, you know?
答えを得る簡単な方法がある。サイドパンデモニウムへと潜り、黒幕の前までたどり着くんだ。
Yeah, there's an easy way to find out the answer. Go back into Pandemonium and you know, find him.
そうだね。自分自身で直接対面すれば、稲が王にもはっきりすることだろう。それがどれほど認めたくない真実であろうと。
Huh. Okay, I agree. Like, if we're able to meet him face to face, you all will become clear. Like, no matter how, like, painful that truth may be, or unpleasant that truth may be.
となれば、より警戒する必要がありそうだ。ラハブレア、黒幕自身も、こちらの動きを注視しているだろうし、残る極卒長も敵の支配下にあるようだからな。
Okay, I'm going back into skim mode. We need to remain cautious. La Habrea, the mastermind, is keeping close watch on us, and the remaining wardens must be under his control.
ああ、階段の先に続く煉獄層も極卒長によって何らかの環境変化が行われていると考えるべきだ。こちらも慎重に様子を見ながら進んでいこう。
Yes, okay, we should assume that Purgatory is also undergoing, like, environmental alterations via its warden. Proceed with caution. Keep close watch on the
私はエリクト
situation.
ニオスが再び狙われぬよう彼の側につく。君は最善に立って進んでくれるかい？
Okay. He just says, like, I'll be by Edictonios' side again to prevent him from being targeted. Now, will you take the front? Yes, sure.
ありがとう。では、先んじて私の魔力を分けておこう。もし我々が分断され、君が孤立してしまったとしても、戦闘の助けとなる幻影を召喚できるはずだ。
Okay, this is just pure game text. It's saying, like, oh, I'll give you some of my magic, so that if we were separated, you can still summon illusionary allies to help you in
敵の
battle.
手に落ちている以上、戦闘になれば、相手はまた創造生物に有利な環境で待ち構えているだろう。そうなれば、こちらは君だけが頼りだからね。
Okay, the fight will be in a location that's advantageous to the enemy. You know, since the warden's on their side. Okay. Be careful, yup. Wait a second, what? We're just going right in?
ラハブレアは俺を狙って何を企んでるんだろう。実験の鍵とか言っていたが。
Yeah, that's probably very important. It's like, I wonder what La Habrea is up to, like targeting me. He said that I'm the key to the experiment. But I'm assuming that they're setting up the whole, like, cage key thing. I don't want to be the one doing the party finder. Man, this sucks. Wait, is this a raid? It is. Wait a second. Wait a second, why can I not select, Oh no, I can. There we go. I mean, I'm just gonna set the party finder password to, like, all ones or whatever. That should be the right one. But notice, okay, notice a thing here. The name of this dungeon, or the name of this raid, they don't say the 5th circle or anything. This is Pandemonium Volume Purgatory. Like, you know, Pandemonium Purgatory, like, Chapter 1. They reset it back to 1. I think Hermes would probably prefer that this place exists than things, you know, get just straight up killed. But I can't imagine he would like it. Also, literally nobody, I've never seen this before, and nobody ever told me about it, but I have focus targeting now. Literally never knew that this shit existed. I do not play this game, man. And so right now I've reset my HUD so that all of the general shit that I need to pay attention to is up in this top left corner. So it's like, oh, if I have a debuff, it's going to be below the focus bar. If there's a name thing, it's going to be on the focus bar. And then the party list is to the left of the focus bar, right? So now it's like, oh, I can actually, like, everything that I need to look at if something happens is all right in that corner. I have not set this up before now because I do not play this game. Yeah, if anybody wants to hop in to this party finder, the code is 1111. Here, let me just write it in chat. I don't know if this is gonna work out super well. Oh, we might be queuing for a bit. But normally we get at least like 3 or 4 people. But yeah, hold on, 1 second. I actually want to check something. While we're doing this... Oh, of course. Of course. Could send it easy enough? Yeah, probably. Hey, you know how he put the word key in quotes just then? Just what is La Habrea planning, and what role do I play in his schemes? No, he said that he was the key. La Habrea said he was the key to it all. You know, they've been saying, like, cage and chain, and, like, you know, things that are locked a whole bunch of times. What did I do? I didn't do shit, man. That wasn't me. That's obviously Patch. Look. If you ever wonder about whether or not something has gone, like why something has gone awry, just like in your life in general, it's Patch. Just, you can blame Patch for everything. A solid 80% of the time, you'll be right. Alright. I mean, I guess let's just send it. But yeah, what role do I have to play? No, he said you're the key. Yes, this is the right one, correct? I'm just always so fucking... I always feel like I'm gonna queue into the wrong thing even when I know it's the right one. Yes. Okay, what is actually the bit with this fight? Oh yeah, I did look this one up. It like bounces attacks off of walls and shit, right? Yeah, I mean, queue times are just kind of queue times. It's whatever. But yeah, man. Honestly, I just cannot get over the fact that they got rid of Edictonios saying the word death. Also, like, considering the name here, considering the naming stuff here, and, you know, he said he said, like, his mother was Athena. La Habre's actual name is just going to be Hephaestus, right? I don't actually know the pronunciation, but it's just going to be Hephaestus. Like, it's probably going to be the exact same thing. Like, they're just going to follow the mythology pretty to the letter, probably, I'm assuming. Oh, we just got teleported away. The second we show up here. Yeah, I'm down to BGM 100 this. We're getting thrown into the rage cage. Ooh, we got a little leitmotif. Proto Carbuncle. Come on. Oh, you know, I'm gonna try. Yeah, that does make stuff a lot easier to parse. Ooh, that was a lot bigger than I thought it would be. I'm gonna just assume that this is gonna be big damage, yup. Yup. Topaz Stone. Okay. Yeah, that's small AoE around them. And then, like, what? Later in the fight, these start, like, bouncing off of each other and shit, right? Yeah, and then so you want to stand in, like, these. Right? Did that right? I believe I did that right. Sonic Howl. Everybody's doing okay. I let my dot drop. Ah. This one is like just unavoidable cutscene swap. Oh shit, it's breaking out of the cage. Oh fuck. Off the top rope? We're going full WWE? Oh shit. It's gonna just eat some garbage it found on the ground, okay. Average dog behavior. Okay, Topaz Stones again. This one. Dude, I'm getting memed by the other healer being a white mage is really actually getting me. Because I keep seeing the dot symbol and not knowing whether or not it's mine or theirs. Okay, Sonic Howl again. Just set up this shit. You know, we're doing okay. Topaz Stones again. Okay, everybody's going over here. Oh, the poison grows, I see. So it's gonna do like jumps, right? Okay, yeah. And then you just want to go this way. Ah, you're fucked. Somebody's getting it. Somebody ate it there. Yup. And not really much point in even resting him, just killing the thing. Yeah, I know that the green number is mine. It's just that, like, you know, if I'm looking over at the symbol, right? I just see the symbol out of the corner of my eye. Making me have to double check. Yeah, that layout does make it a lot fucking easier. Well, I think I could still make it better by, making, like, the cast bar more visible. I hope they explain what type of spell they just used. I really hope that it goes on for, like, 30 lines.
どうやらここは有毒生物の実験場といったところかな。私とエリクトニオスは事前に警戒していたおかげで二人とも同じ場所に飛ばされた。
Okay, I'm going to go skim mode again. This is like a testing ground for poisonous creations. Like, yeah, thanks to us being on guard, you know, being ready for this, we were able to be, like, teleported to the same place.
というよりも、干渉してきた黒幕は、最初から君を一番の標的に据えていたようだね。
Okay. It appears as though... Yeah, however, it appears like as though the mastermind has been targeting you. You know, as their sights set on, like, you specifically.
かっこ撃破の試みも、失敗とは、実に興味深い存在だ。
Okay. Okay, this is how we're having him talk. I'm sorry. He is just saying Gekiha. Oh, okay. It's like, yeah, like each of my attempts to crush you has been met with failure. You truly are, Oh, wait a second, hold up. This is a straight up callback to La Habre's line from ARR. Yeah, this is a Totorak callback, actually. 実に興味深い存在だ. This is this is a direct Totorak callback. This is like one of the first things La Habre says to you in ARR. The 存在 there. Like, you truly are, like, a fascinating, being, entity, specimen, you might say. Room of green slime, yeah. Oh shit.
我が息子が世話になっているようだが、お初にお目にかかる自己紹介は不要かな。
Wait a minute, he's saying, like, these are the exact lines. These are basically the exact lines. Oh, that's fun. It's like, it appears my son has been, like, in your hands. What, like, I don't believe we've met, but I don't suppose there's any need for introductions. Omae nante shiranai. Ooh! Wait a second, that's an interesting one. Hien no Shisai. Yeah, that's like Priest of the Abyss, right? That's one of the titles that he used before. Top one's like, so, you know, you're La Habrea then. I'm interested in what happens if you say this one.
そのような座についたことはないな。私は14人委員会が一人、ラハブレアというものだ。
Yeah, I hold no such seat. I'm a member of the Committee of 14, La Habrea. How did you know my VR chat name? Shit. We
あい
got
に
it,
く
Says.
そう簡単にラハブレアとは呼べないな。まずはこちらの質問に。
Huh. Wait a second, wait a second. Wait a second, this is like, this is an interesting thing for him to say. I mean, this is basically him saying, like, I don't think I'm, you know, I can't just take your word on that. Like, first, you know, I have a question for you. You know, I have some things to ask you.
その前に時間だ。
Okay? First,
これは
you know, it's time.
おや、お前の足元にも同種の罠を仕掛けておいたのだが、人体が放つ生命エーテルに反応して作動する罠だというに、それが発動しないということは、
Ah. Oh? I placed a similar trap beneath your feet as well. It's supposed to activate in response to the, life ether emitted by a, you know, human body. Like, by the human body. The fact that it didn't activate means...
体内エーテルの総量が少ない上、その構成も異なるか、まあ、大した問題ではなかろう。直接的に攻撃し、存在ごと散らせてしまえばよい。
Okay. And not only is, like, the aggregate... well, I guess you would say total amount of ether in your body small, but the composition itself is also fundamentally different. Well, I suppose it's not that, you know, big of an issue. Like a direct strike should like disperse you entirely. Or I guess you would say like make quick work of you.
おっと、その行動は得策ではないな。私を倒せばエリクトニオスの望みは永遠に絶たれるのだぞ。アテナを復活させるという悲願がな。
Oh, okay. Ah, once again saying Fukatsu. Fukatsu there. Oh yeah, I probably should change the stream, but it's like, it's such a pain in the ass to put it into like separate playlists or whatever. I don't actually know what counts as main story information and not. Whatever. But it's interesting that they use the word katsu here instead of like any of the other terms for like revive or resurrect. So he says, oh, yeah, that wouldn't be wise. If you were to kill me, Ericdonios's hope would be lost forever. His wish to revive, I guess you would say to bring back Athena.
母さんをどういうことだ。
Yeah, bring back Mom. What are you talking about?
言っただろう。私たちは同じ望みを抱いていると。仲間とやらがいる今なら落ち着いて話を聞いてくれるかね。
I told you. We have the same desire. We have the same wish. It's like now that your friends or whatever you would like to call them are here, how about you calm down and listen to me?
Mate, Erictonios.
Wait. Eritonios.
一つ明らかにしておきたいことがある。
Man, Timis slash La Habrea says weird shit. It's a very weird way of saying, like, Kokunin stai. Or whatever. There's something I need to... Like... I mean, I guess you would say confirm. Probably, just still.
あなたがラハブレアだというのならば、なぜ明らかな嘘をついているのだ？
Ooh. If you truly are La Habrea, why are you making such an obvious, like, why are you telling such an obvious lie? You know, I guess you'd say, why are you saying such an obvious lie?
これは苦し紛れのザレ言か？
それとか。It's like, oh my, what is this, like, desperate... what's the word that I'm looking for? What is the word? Drivel. Yeah, like, what is this, like, desperate drivel?
私の名を言ってみろ。
Oh, shit. Wait a second. No, itemiro. Wait a second. That's interesting. Okay, to explain this, I think that what Temis is doing here is saying that there would be some sort of, like, actual impedance to La Habrea saying a specific name. Like, the way that he is saying it is like, you know, go on, right? Try it. I don't know, I think in that case I would probably say, like, go on, try it, say my name. I think you would have to put in, like, try it. Right?
あなたがラハブレアだというのならば知っているはずだ。
Yeah, okay. If you really are La Habrea, you should know. That's interesting. So in that case, that probably means that Temis isn't his real name, right? It's something along those lines. Like, you know, he's probably asking him to call him, he would say, like, Elidibus, right? The real La Habrea would call him Elidibus. Most likely, is what I'm assuming is the situation.
テミスと呼ばれていたのは耳にしているが、お前のようなうぞうむぞうにまで払う興味はないのだよ。
Other way around? I mean, right here he says Temis. Which I'm assuming is wrong. It's like, I've heard, like, you be called Temis. Yeah, but I have no intention of, like, paying mind to, like, riffraff such as you.
その答えだけで十分だよ。
This you would probably say, like, I've heard enough. He's going to...
私が知るラハブレアは自らの座に誇りを持っていた。その思いを軽んじる者を許してはおけないな。
Yeah, that. Yeah, the La Habrea I knew, like, took pride in his seat. You would never forgive those who, like, who looked down upon it. Like, looked down upon them, you would probably say. So, this is Elizabeth.
彼の座を語るな、偽物が。
Yeah, do not dare, like, claim his seat. You imposter.
おい、テミス。最悪の関係だったとはいえ、俺は息子なんだ。父親を見間違えるわけが。
It's like, hey, Tevis. You know, I hate the guy, but he's my father. You know, there's no way I would have mistaken it for somebody else.
ああ、外見は私の知るラハブレアと一致している。だが、彼が本物であれば、私をテミスと呼ぶはずがないんだ。
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he looks like the La Habrea I know. However, you know, the real La Habrea would never call me Temis. Oh shit!
何を遊んでいる、エリディブス。
This is like, what are you doing? Yeah, what, it's like, what are you playing at? Elidibus.
忌々しいやつめ。お前に、その姿を、その仮面を身につける資格はない。
I mean, I don't know. In the Japanese, that was very upfront. I mean, that might be one that I have to check in the English, but that was very easy to follow very quickly. Considering the quality of the translation of this section so far, I would assume that they fucked this one up. Imaimashi Yatsume. I guess you would go with, like, you despicable, like, I don't know, wretch or something like that. Some bullshit. You have no right to, like, you know, take that form, wear that mask. Who?
その顔、ラハブレアの
Wait, what? But I mean, that looks more like him. Well, I mean, that's the guy, that guy looks just like him. Things are gonna get really fucking convoluted soon. Well, I mean, I would imagine, okay, just guessing by what's going on right here. That guy is the exact same hair color and eyes as him, so that's like his father, or whatever. But then there's La Habrea, so like what, his father was never actually took the seat of La Habrea or whatever? Something like that? And that... Habreano.
私とて、すぐにでも外したいと思っていたさ。
Okay. And personally, I wanted to be, like, rid of it as soon as possible.
ラハブレア、お前のように、その座に総合指揮者でいることを優先し、己の手で妻を手にかけたような男の仮面はな。
Oh, it's a stepfather situation. Maybe. I don't know, actually, what's going on here. You know, like a mask, like your mask, like a man who would, like, put that seat above all others, like, and killed his wife with his own two hands or something. I'm assuming that that's what he's saying here, like, he killed his own wife. He's saying he killed Athena.
ラハブレアの座宝剣をしながら、私の有する力を行使するとは、その矛盾、何者でもない劣等感の裏返しか?
Yeah, to, like, exercise my power while, like, despising the seat of La Habrea. Like, what, isn't this contradiction not born of your own, like, shame of inferiority? You know, he's saying he's got, like, an inferiority complex.
この場で肩をつけたいのだろうがな。安い挑発に乗るほど、我を忘れてはいない。
Huh? Okay, it's like, I suppose, what, like, we should settle this here and now? Like, I'm not so foolish as to, like, lose my composure over such cheap provocation.
エリクトニオス、覚えておけ。私は、ヘファイストス。
Okay, yeah, so it's Hephaestus. Yeah, remember, Erictonios, I am Hephaestus. Okay, so wait, so they are literally just doing, they're just doing, they are actually just doing this straight up. Right? Like, this is just the actual... I don't actually remember how you pronounce it. It's probably close to the... It's probably close to the Japanese pronunciation here. The Erictonios. But so then that's Hephaestus. His mother was... His adopted mother is Athena, and then La Habrea here is taking on, like, a adoptive father sort of role. Right? So, like, Hephaestus is his biological father. Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting way of wording it. He says, like, yeah, I am the one, like, worthy to be called your father, right? Like, who ought to be called your father. He's placing that on himself. He's not saying, like, he doesn't just say, like, oh, I'm your father. He's saying I am, like, the one who should be called your father. It's a bit weird.
なんだよ、なんだって言うんだ。
なんだよ。What? This is just kind of like, wait, what the hell was that? What the hell is going on?
敵の懐で立ち話もあるまい。エリディブスには、そこにいる、輩のことも聞きたいのでな。一度、地上へ戻るぞ。
Okay, like we shouldn't, stay here and to talk. Go to the surface, want to...
ああ、あなたこそ、ラハブレアだ。
He was also saying like he wants to know about us as well. Ah, you truly are La Habrea.
"地上へ戻る前に、君にだけは謝罪をしておくべきだろう。
And before we go to the surface, you really should apologize to you.
彼の言う通り、私はエリディブス、14人委員会の一員として、調停者の座についている。
Question. Are they going to keep mistranslating this in the English? Is this going to be like 10 years of them mistranslating Cholteisha as emissary? It's going to be, right? They're going to say emissary again, aren't they? Yep. Okay. Hilarious. Yeah, as he said, I am Eldivis. The mediator, the arbitrator of the Committee of 14. So, notice, arbitrator, mediator. I'm assuming he's going to be doing something like that, to be like presiding over some sort of judgment as a impartial third party. Arbiter? No, not really. It is arbitration. It's arbitration. To serve as like a in-between for two parties. To mediate an issue. It really should be arbitrator. Mediator. It's like the reason why Eldivis shows up in ARR and says like, well, hey, I'm not here to fight you. I'm an arbitrator. I'm a mediator. I'm an impartial third party who is, like, makes decisions that are not necessarily in line with the rest of the Asians.
ここで調査を行うために、身分を隠しておく必要があってね。だが、そんな事情は君には関係ない。理由あってのこととはいえ、ごめん。
In order to conduct my investigation, I needed to keep my identity hidden. Yeah, however, that has, that has nothing to do with you. Although there was a reason for it, I do apologize. Yeah, it really should have been mediator from the beginning. I don't know who started it, who started the fuck up of having, this Cholteisha be emissary. I'm not sure who made the mistake to begin with, but it's just a mistake. It is just objectively wrong. But then they've just kept it. They've just kept it the entire time. To the point of it, you know, completely ruining storylines. Because here, Emissary doesn't make any sense for what he's doing. Like, he's coming here and trying to look at things impartially, and specifically stated that if the other, like, members of the Committee of 14 knew that what was going on here in Pandemonium, they would have probably just decided to nuke the place. And so, if he was an emissary of the Committee of 14, he would just be coming here to deliver that message. He would be abiding by the will of the committee. However, as a mediator, he's coming in and mediating things. Not immediately taking their side. Looking at both sides of the issue. One of the convocation an emissary of their will? Hilarious. Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. That's a direct contradiction. He's already said that if the Committee of 14 had their way, they would have just nuked the place. So if he was an emissary of their will, he would have just been coming down here to say, yeah, we're gonna nuke the place. Fuck you, Erichtonios, we don't care. Well, no, because, okay, so that comes back to the Ancients world being heavily based off of Utopia, the novel, the satire, by Thomas More, right? So in Utopia, where everything is decided by debate and committee and the consensus of the will of the people, there's also a section in it, you know, when they talk about, like, the legal system in Utopia. I know, but it was an interesting time to launch off onto a rant. Like, as to why it is important, this is the sort of thing that they describe in Utopia, that there are people, they need to have people who are willing to be impartial mediators into disputes and situations like this, to deliver judgments without bias. So, it's not emissary. Mediator. They're still fucking it up. You can say, like, yeah, I had a feeling. You know, that doesn't change, like, you being Temisa. Or you can say, like, yeah, that makes two of us. I'm gonna say, like, yeah, I figured. I mean, yeah, you're pretty obviously all of this.
君なら見抜いていてもおかしくはないか。そう言ってくれると隠していた理由も説明しやすいよ。
I see. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised if you would be able to see through it. Yeah, in that case, it should be easier to explain why I needed to do so.
もっとも今は私のことより先に明らかにしておかねばならないことがありそうだけどね。ともかく詳しい話は地上に。
Again, there's things that need to be made clear before we speak any further.
どうかあの方を救って。
Please, like, yeah, you. Oh wait, that's like, please help him. Save him.
さてさて、奇妙な輩がいるな。なんだ、お前のそのエーテルは
？What is that ether of yours?
繰り返しになるが、私は本来エリディブスと名乗るべき人間だ。パンデモニウムの異変を友人アゼムと共に察知し、蘇生を隠して潜入していた。
Yeah, okay, we pretty much figured that out. Now he's calling himself a human. It's weird. Stop saying this. And once again, this is a weird way of saying that. He's saying, like, I am... Like, he who should have introduced himself as Eldibis, friend of Azim. I sense that something was wrong in Pandemonium and I infiltrated while hiding my identity. Yeah, like, he's saying that him and Azem both...
なぜ
something was
蘇
wrong.
生を隠していたかは、この後、ラハブレアにも問われるだろうから、そこで説明しよう。それよりも先に、君のことを語らせてほしい。
I'm sure La Habrea will also ask why I hid my identity. I'll explain then, before... Yeah, but before then, I would like to, like, speak of you, or, like, no... Yeah, it's like,
私
speak
は
of
君
you,
とアゼム
I
に
guess.
直接の面識すらないことも知っていた。それでも、君という存在を味方と受け入れることができたのは、他ならぬアゼム本人のお墨付きがあったからさ。
Huh. Okay, like, even though neither Azem or I had ever met you, like, physically? Okay, apparently Azem themselves, like, what, authorized you? You know, like, gave her approval of you, effectively?
彼女は自分と同じ権能を持つ星が世界にもう一人存在していることをただただ面白がっていたよ。そして君が助けになる存在だと心の底から信じていたんだ。
So obnoxious. Yes, she was like fascinated or... That's more like amused that... Like there was another star with the same power as her within the world. Believed from the bottom of her heart, like truly believed that you would be a... You know, you would be someone who could help.
それに加えて先代のアゼム・ベーネス様が君らしき存在を連れ歩いていたという情報も私個人として君を信じる大きな理由となった。
And they learned that they're like the previous Azem Venus was, you know, seen walking with, you know, a being such as you. That was enough for me to trust you.
ベーネス様も私と同じく助言者たる白き衣をまとう者。彼女が手放しに信じている相手となれば邪悪な存在であるはずがない。
Huh, wait a second, is this the first time that they say Jolgensha? That's an interesting way of saying it. A Venus like me wears the, like, white robes of a... This is like advisor or counselor? As in, like, one who gives counsel. Like, if she puts her utmost trust in you, that, you know, that thing, that being could by no means be evil.
だからこそ、君の正体を暴こうなどとは、微塵も考えなかった。そんなことよりも、ただ君という一個の存在と、触れ合っていたかったからね。
Okay. That's precisely why I never once thought of attempting to uncover your true identity. And more than anything, I just wanted to interact with you as an individual.
正体など関係なく、私は君という存在を信頼している。今のうちに、それだけは伝えておきたかったんだ。
Regardless of your true identity, I trust you. That's all I wanted to tell you.
さてさて、奇妙。
Huh. We're really referring, okay. This is like a warden, like, parasite to the core.
Lahabrea, お前と話すことは二度とないと思っていた。でも、ことここに至って、そんなことは言ってられない。
Lahabrea, I never thought I'd, like, speak to you again. This is a weird line. I mean, I guess you would say, like, at this point, it's too late for that. Or something.
パンデモニウム内にいた、ラハブレア。あいつが、最後に正体を現したとき、見せた顔は、昔のお前と、全く同じだった。
Huh. Yeah, okay, the Lahabrea in Pandemonium. Like, when he showed his true self, he looked identical to how you used to be.
お前は、なぜこのタイミングで現れた？かつてのお前と同じ顔をした、ラハブレアは、一体何者なんだ？
Why would you show up now? What the hell is that? You know, that Lahabrea who looks just like you used to? I'm assuming the whole parasite thing is going to matter. I'm assuming the whole parasite thing is going to matter here. Perhaps I owe you an explanation.
私自身、ある程度、パンデモニウムの状況は把握していた。アゼムとエリディブスが嗅ぎ回っていたことも含めてな。ならば私が出向くこともないと放置していたのだが。
I was personally aware of the situation in Pandemonium to an extent, including that Azem and Eldibus were... Yeah, that is like sniffing around. Well, you would probably say snooping about. You know, as such, I figured I would leave it to them, and there would be no need for me to appear personally.
お前は一向に報告をよこさない上、極卒長名義で異常なしなどという虚偽の報告まで届く始末。
Yeah, but not only did I not receive any report from you, I received like a blatant forgery saying that the situation was normal. Or like, saying that there was nothing to report. Delivered in the name of the wardens.
ヘファイストスがなぜそのような愚かしい報告を発したのかはわからない。だが、さすがにこれ以上静観はできぬと判断したのだよ。
I have no idea why Hephaestus would, would deliver such a nonsensical report. However, it was then that I, decided I could no longer simply, wait and see.
ヘファイストス、かつてのあなたと同じ顔を持つ男。そうまで言うからには、奴の存在も認識していたのかい？
Yeah, Hephaestus, like a man who, looks exactly as you once did. Considering what you've said, you're aware of his existence. You were aware of his existence.
そのような存在をあなたが許容していたというのであれば、説明してもらいたいものだね。
It's simply, yeah, just like pretending impersonating a member of the Committee of 14 is inexcusable. If you're allowing a being like that to exist, I believe, yeah, I will need an explanation.
改めて語るまでもないが、ラハブレアという名は、職責を司る座の名前。私の本来の名前ではない。
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if it's a... So what, is this like he made a failed clone of himself or something? Like some sort of personality split byproduct or something like that? I mean, with creation magic, you can do a lot of shit. Yeah, it needs no... It doesn't bear repeating, but the name La Habrea is that of the... You know, the seat... Like, under which I serve, I guess you would say, or something along those lines. It is not my true
ヘファ
name.
イストス、我が本名を語るあの男はいわば私の半身と言える存在。
Watashi no hanshin. Okay, so this is you split yourself in half or some shit like that. Okay, Hephaestus, like the man who claims my true name is, so to say, you know, my other half. You know, the other half of me.
認めたくないことだがな。あの肉体の内側には、私と同等の知識に加えて、欲望や嫉妬といった、いわば負の感情が詰め込まれているのだ。
Okay, we're doing an evil twin sort of situation. As much as I hate to admit it, or like I'm loath to admit it, within that body, like, lies not only knowledge, you know, equivalent or unequal to my own, but it also has, you know, negative emotions, desire, jealousy packed within.
感情を詰め込むとは？いや、それよりも、なぜ、そんな存在を？
Okay, so this is the sort of thing where it's like, oh, I wanted to seal away that part of myself that would impede my ability to fulfill my duties, sort of thing. Yeah, like, emotions packed within. When that, why does, like, something like him exist? And more importantly, like,
あ
why
る
does
事
something
件が
like
きっ
him
かけでな、
exist?
私がまだ若く未熟だった頃の産物なのだが、封じていたはずのそれがどういうわけか動き出したらしい。
Okay. And there was an incident. It's a product of when I was... It's like the result of when I was once young and inexperienced. It ought to have been sealed away. And yet, like, what, somehow escaped, I guess you would say.
負の感情か、道理で、お前がアテナを殺したと発したとき、ヘファイストスの顔には相当な憎悪が浮かんでいた。
Yeah, I mean, that's that's pretty important. Again, Athenaを殺した? Okay. Wait a second, did it? Wait, did he even say that? I don't think he actually said that. Hold up. Yeah, no, he didn't actually put it that way, but yeah, it's like when he said that you killed Athena, you know, his face was like, twisted with abject hatred.
答えろ、本当にお前がアテナを殺したのか？
And tell me, did you actually kill Athena? Notice that Erictonios uses words like korosu, shinu. He says words like kill and die that I'm assuming other characters are not going to do.
奴の言葉など、すべて暴言だ。負の感情に支配され、当の昔に正気を失っているだろうからな。その行動も単なる衝動に過ぎぬよ。
I don't trust that in the slightest. Yeah, everything he says is nothing but nonsense. It's long since lost his sanity, consumed by negative emotion. His actions are nothing more than, like, impulse and instinct.
とはいえ、目覚めてしまった以上、放置はできない。奴は、パンデモニウムを覆う結界にも干渉しようとしている。世界に最悪を撒き散らすようになってからでは遅いのだ。
However, now that he's awoken, I cannot simply allow him to do as he pleases. He's attempting to meddle with the barrier surrounding Pandemonium. I'm trying to think of how you would say this last line. Okay, it's like, I mean, it's like once like this disaster begins to spread throughout the world, it will be too late to, to do
パン
anything
デモ
about
ニ
it.
ウム長官として、事態を解決するため、ここに宣言しよう。地下施設における、研究のすべてを放棄し、監獄を破壊する。
Yeah, as director of Pandemonium, in order to resolve this situation, I hereby declare all research will be abandoned and the prison will be destroyed.
な、ふざけるな。中に取り残された極卒たちを見殺しにする気か？
Zakeruna. I mean, this really is just like, hey, don't fuck with me. Yeah, like, you can say a lot of things for Zakeruna. But it really is just like, don't fuck with me. You seriously gonna leave all of the jailers just to just die?
やはり、あなたはそれを選ぶのだね。
I see. That is what... So that is, like, what you would choose to do.
不服か？
Ooh. Fufuku there is very specific. I guess it would be like, do you object?
我らの使命は、人と星が正しく進むよう導くこと。そして、さらなる被害を生む。 可能性があるならば、長官であるあなたが消滅という手段を選ぶことは予想していた。
As our mission is to guide humanity and the world along the correct path. Or, I mean, it's just, yeah, our mission is to guide humanity and the world along its correct path. Considering the possibility of there being, greater harm caused, I anticipated that you, as the director of Pandemonium, would choose to simply annihilate it.
だが、エリクトニオスが見せた反発のように関わる者たちがそれを望まぬ場合もあるんじゃないかい？私とアゼムは常々そうした疑問を抱いていてね。
God, 常々. Yeah, however, just as Erectonios demonstrated his opposition, is it not possible that there are those within who would not desire such an outcome? Like, this is a... this is a question that Azem and I have been, pondering for a very long time. It's like, you might just say, harboring a doubt we've been harboring.
最善の解決策は何か、テミス個人として事態に当たることで、案じてみたかったのさ。
That is why I wanted to attempt to discover what is truly the best outcome for both, people, for both humanity and the world by investigating the situation personally as Temis.
だが、それもこれまでだ。私はパンデモニウム長官として最悪の事態を防ぐ責任がある。エリディブスとしてではない。お前の個人的干渉に興味はない。
Wow, what an asshole. Now that... this is just like that ends here. As the director of Pandemonium, it is my responsibility to prevent the worst from coming to pass. The last sentence is hard to put into English specifically. I guess it would be like, if you have nothing to say as Elidibus, I have no interest in your personal sentiment. He's making a clear delineation between saying, if you're speaking as Elidibus, as the mediator, and you have something to say, then that would be one thing. But I've no, if it doesn't have anything to do with work, with the, your official function, I don't care.
いい加減にしろ。すべてうやむやなまま消してしまおうだなんて、そんな手段が最善なものかよ。
Huh. Give me a break already. What, you think you can just, sweep all of this under the rug? Make it all go away? Do you really think that's the right way to handle it?
俺の疑問もはぐらかし、勝手な言動ばかり繰り返す。テミスとオレオが、ここまで、どれほど骨を折ってくれたかも知らぬくせに。
Yeah, you've you're dodging my questions. You know, and just keep spouting your own selfish nonsense. You know, even though you have no idea how much effort Timus and player character have done, you know, have given getting this far. Put in, I guess. He really is going for the throat.
オレオ、そもそも、お前は何者だ？その希薄なエーテルは、とても人には見えないが。
What exactly are you? Anyway. Yeah, that incredibly thin ether of yours, like, is by no means human.
この事態を解決に導く、星さ。
I'm
彼
sorry,
女がい
what?
てくれたから、私たちは、危険な創造生物を討伐し、再封印するという手段を取ることができた。
Okay, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Yeah, the star that will guide us to the solution here. And because of her, we were able to subdue and seal these dangerous creations.
そうだ、オレオ、君はどう思う？私と同じく外部のものである君から冷静な意見が聞きたい。
Hey, wow. 私と同じく外部? Hey, notice he says, like, what do you think? As a, you know, a third party to all of this, just like me. You know, I'd like to hear your, you know, unbiased opinion. Well, they say isn't really unbiased, but it's like composed, right? You know, you don't have an emotional stake in it necessarily. Hey, wow! Chote. You say right here, what do you say? Hey, Temis. I think it's time for, like, you should arbitrate. Here. Arbitrate. You should mediate. Chote. Let me guess. The English for this says emissary. Again, despite it not making any sense. Arbitrate. I'm gonna say, hey, Temisu, you're an arbitrator, right? You should arbitrate.
そうか、エリディブスが俺たちの作戦の型に利があると判じてくれればいいんだ。ラハブレアも調停
They
者の
do
言葉
just
なら
do
聞き入れるはず。
emissary. Yeah, that's right. If Elidibus were to decide that, you know, our plan was, like, you know, more advantageous, better, you know, I'm sure even La Habrea would listen to the decision of it, you know, the arbitrator, the mediator. Hey, it's time to do, like, your job and shit.
エリディブスは全てにおいて公平さを求められる座だ。テミスという個人の感情は考慮されない。それでも任せると言ってくれるのかい？
Wow. Yeah, the seat of Elidibus is one that prioritizes, or that's like demands, fairness and impartiality in all things. You know, my own personal sentiment as Temis will not be brought into consideration. With that being the case, are you sure this is the course of action you would like to take? Yeah, that's definitely what an emissary does.
たとえ感情を排したとしても、お前が、テミスが、ずっとこの事態を見てきたことは変わらない。現状をよく知る者として、最善の手段を判じてくれるはずだ。
Even, you know, without your personal feelings being brought into the discussion, it won't. You know, have been, you know, you've seen everything that's gone on here. You know, someone like you who like knows what's going on here better than anyone else. That's an awkward way of saying it. You know, should be able to determine the best solution.
では、調停者、エリディブスとして告げよ
う。So then, as mediator, as the mediator, Elidibus, I hereby proclaim.
現段階では、施設の破壊と救出の続行の双方に利があり、いずれの可能性もまだ失われてはいない。
At the present stage, there are advantages and yeah, there are benefits, advantages to destroying the facility altogether and continuing the rescue effort. Like, neither option is beyond saving, I guess. I mean, I guess you would say, like, both options remain possible.
ならばまずは、これまでと同じく創造生物を封印することで、煉獄以下の攻略を試みるべきだ。
In that case, we should begin by attempting to recapture, like, yeah, Purgatory and sealing any dangerous creations.
あなたは彼女の力やエリクトニオスの努力を知らない。まずはそれを実際に目にして、我々に監獄を平定することが可能か否かを見極めてほしい。
And rather that both remain as valid options. It's not like, you know, we're at a point where one will, you know, continuing the rescue effort will preclude the ability to just ditch and blow the place up. We're still not at the stage where that's mandatory. As of yet, you know nothing of what they're capable of or just how much Erictonios has done. You should therefore see for yourself and determine whether or not it is possible for the prison to be recaptured.
エリディブスの調停だというなら従うが、お前たちの力が不足していると判断できた時には、パンデモニウムの破壊に舵を切っても良いのだな。
If that is the conclusion of, like, Elidibus's mediation, then I will abide by it. However, like, if I judge that you are incapable of recapturing Pandemonium, I trust then that it will be fine to, like, change course and destroy Pandemonium, is what he's saying. Like, you know, we'll change course.
そんなことはさせない。認めさせてやるよ。俺たちの力と決意を。
Yeah, it's like, I won't let that happen. I'm gonna, you know, make you have to you know, recognize our strength and determination. And my English is just, like, failing me
私が
today.
どれだけ手ほどきしようと、ろくに成長しなかった。 落ちこぼれだった。お前が言うようになったものだ。
Okay, so no, Lahabre is just kind of an asshole. Ochikobore. Ochikobore. It's not like fully a failure. I mean, it pretty much is. And no matter how much I attempted to teach you, you barely improved. I mean, I guess you would say like a failure like you has no... I mean, it's like, you know, that's rich coming from a failure like you, I guess.
落ちこぼれだとしても、決して諦められないものがある。そんなこともわからないお前と、これ以上の会話は耐えられない。俺は、少し頭を冷やしてくる。
You know, like even failures of things they just can't give up on. I can't stand to talk with you anymore. You know, if you don't get even that, I just can't stand to talk to you anymore. I'm gonna go... He does just say I'm gonna go cool off for a while.
随分と気負っているようだな。このまま煉獄層へ挑むのはよろしくない。彼と会話をして気を落ち着かせてやってくれないかい?
It seems like he's worked himself up, you know, quite a bit. Not a good idea to go into purgatory like this. Go talk to him, try and calm him down. Okay. How many of these gates did he walk through? Oh, he just went right to the middle here. Okay. Dude, my English ability is failing me.
「煉獄へ向かう前に礼を言わないとな。お前の意見のおかげでパンデモニウムを破壊させずに済むかもしれない。」
Yeah, before we go to purgatory, I need to thank you. Like, thanks to your advice or, you know, your help, we might be able to avoid Pandemonium being destroyed. Well, I guess you would say you would be able to save Pandemonium from being destroyed.
習慣にしていた創造生物が暴れ始めた時、極卒たちは皆パンデモニウムを元の状態に戻そうと必死だった。すぐに逃げ出したかった者もいただろうに。
Yeah, when the imprisoned creations began to go wild, the jailers tried desperately to restore Pandemonium back to normal. Even though some of them, I'm sure, wanted to, you know, nothing more than to
中にいる
run.
みんなもパンデモニウムの破壊なんて望んでいない。使命に忠実だった彼らを必ず助け出して俺たちが正しかったと証明するんだ。
I'm sure everyone inside doesn't want Pandemonium to be destroyed either. We'll rescue all those people who, like, were loyal to their, you know, to their duty. You know, prove that we were right.
それにこのままヘファイストスを消滅させてしまえばアテナの復活という言葉の真意もわからなくなってしまう。
Yeah, and if we just, you know, destroyed Hephaestus, you know, as things are right now, I'll never know what he actually meant by saying that he would, like, bring back Athena.
俺だってヘファイストスがまともなやつだとは言わない。 でも、その発言すべてが暴言だとも思えないんだ。
Like, I'm not saying that I think Hephaestus is a good guy or anything, but I don't think everything that he said was just nonsense.
これまで、母、アテナの死については、職務中の事故ということ以外、何も教えられてこなかった。周囲の人間も、まるで口止めされたかのように口を閉ざして。
Okay, so now he's saying, okay, never mind. Maybe I was just reading into too much with the whole Ningen thing. Okay, up until now, I haven't heard anything about my mother, Athena's death, other than it being an accident, on the job. It's like, what, everybody who knew, just stayed totally silent, like they were, like, sworn to secrecy or something.
ラハブレアが母を直接殺していなかったとしても、今回と同じく見捨てるような判断を下した可能性はあるだろう。俺はその真相を知りたいんだ。
Even if La Habrea didn't kill my mother directly, or like kill my mother himself, we might have made a decision just like this one to abandon her. I want to know the truth.
俺はどうだ？お前の知るラハブレアも他人の命を顧みないような非常な行動をとる男だったんだろう。
And what about you? The La Habrea you know is a ruthless man with no regard for the lives of others. We're frame dropping? Unfortunate. Then I'll sit on this dialogue option until they go back to normal. Your options are he's always moving in the shadows. Yeah, there was a time he possessed a friend of mine. I don't know what he's like in this era. I mean, I'm probably gonna go with the bottom option, because that's like, Oh, nope. Are we done dropping frames, YouTube? Please? Please, YouTube, can we stop dropping frames? No? It's alright, YouTube. You can stabilize when you feel like it. Okay, now I think we're good.
以前に会ってからかなりの年月が経ってるということか？ならば改めて今のラハブレアを捉え直してほしい。奴が何を考え行動しているのか。
Okay, yeah, he didn't get what we meant by that. It's like, oh, what? So it's been like a really long time since you last saw him? I want you to think about La Habrea as he is now. Okay.
ありがとう。お前の話を聞けたおかげで冷静になれたよ。怒りや焦りを抱いたまま反発していても意味はないしな。
Speaking with you really helped me calm down. There's really no point in, just getting angry and impatient and rebelling.
俺とあいつの関係は幼少の頃のまま止まっている。仲間を救うためにも、まずはラハブレアに今の俺たちの実力を認めさせてやらないとな。
I guess you wouldn't say rebelling, it's like opposing, but it is a weird I can't put things into natural English right now, man. It's like, what, my relationship with him is just, like, is stuck. You know, as it was when I was a child. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not necessarily, it's not really saying that, like, he's still treating me like a child, but it's like, things haven't changed since then. I guess you would say, like, things with them haven't changed ever since I was a kid. In order to save my friends, I need to, you know, get La Habrea to you know, recognize what I'm capable of.
なんとしても、俺たちの手で煉獄の支配権を奪い返すんだ。だが、そのためには、この場で一番煉獄に詳しい人物、悔しいが、ラハブレアから情報を聞き出す必要がある。
Okay, but in any case, we're going to need to, like, regain control of Purgatory, but in order to do that, we need to, you know, get information from the person who knows the most about Purgatory, which, unfortunately, is La Habrea.
ラハブレアは、お前に興味を抱いてるようだった。俺はあいにくしがにもかけられていないからな。オレオから声をかけてみてくれないか?
Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. I know what this means. Yeah, La Habrea seemed really interested in you, you know. Well, I wouldn't really... It's like you wouldn't give me the time of day, right? You try talking to him? There's a lot more dialogue between these fights in this tier. I am going to have to start going faster if I want to actually make it through all of this tier in this stream.
エリクトニオスから随分信頼されているらしい。それにエリディブスから聞いたが、お前はどうやらアゼムとも関係があるらしいな。
It seems that Electonius trusts you quite a lot. Also, as I heard from Elidibus, you seem to be connected to Azem in some
そ
way.
の奇妙なエーテル、誰かの使い魔というわけでもなさそうだ。もちろん、創造生物のイデアとも異なる。これまでお前のような存在は見たことがない。
Hey, remember how in the Japanese, I don't actually remember if I did check the English for this, and they had Elidibus say that you were someone's familiar, when in the Japanese he was like, yeah, no, you're very clearly not someone's familiar, but I don't know what you are. And then look, La Habrea also figures it out. And with that strange ether of yours, it doesn't seem as though you're, like, anyone's familiar. Of course, you know, it's... You know, you're quite different from, like, a created life form as well. I've never seen something like you before.
この私でも想像不可能な存在まで出てくるとは、全くアゼムが絡むと妙なことばかり起きる。
For something that not even I could have, like, have imagined to appear. Honestly, whenever Azem is involved, you know, strange things pop up left and right. Or it's like, you know, when Azem is involved, strange things come along with them. With it.
先代のアゼムもそうだったが、星全体のことを考えれば、捨てるべき感情や事象まで大事にする。その結果、勝手な行動ばかり。
And, like, the Azem before them, she cherishes the, like, emotions and... and phenomena that should be abandoned. Like, when considering the good of the world as a whole, and as a result, like, acts exclusively selfishly.
エリディブス、先ほどのお前の言動もそうだ。最
That's
近、
not really
アズムと行
exclusively,
動
it's
している
like
ことが多いよ
そうの
だが、
結果
甘いやつから影響を受けるのは感心しないぞ。
the Bakari there isn't really exclusively, that's more like... It's more like she goes off doing whatever she pleases, right? That's the bit. Okay, this is pretty fun. And Elidibus, what you've done and said just now is no different. You seem to be spending a lot of time with Azem lately. I really don't approve of you, like, allowing her to influence you this much. La Habre is saying that we are a bad influence on Elidibus.
エメトセルクと同じようなことを言うんだな。自分の座に真っ向から反するようなことをするつもりはないさ。
Emmett Silk said more or less the same thing. Like, rest assured, I have no intention of doing anything that would, go against my responsibilities as Elidibus.
先ほどの調停など、本当にエリディブスとして下したものか怪しいところだったが、まあいい。今は説教よりもやるべきことがある。
説教より? Yeah, I still have my doubts as to whether or not your, like, prior mediation was truly made as, as Elidibus, but fine. I have better things to do than right now, rather than, like, lecturing you.
お前も煉獄のことを聞きたいのだろう。支配権こそ奪われたままだが、私ならばある程度ここからでも内部の状況を察知できる。
Okay, you want to know more about Purgatory? The control authority has been taken away from me. I can still, to some extent, discern the internal situation.
さすがパンデモニウムの長官だな。煉獄にはまだ創造生物が潜んでいるかい?
Big Sasuga lines. But I can't think in English right now. I fucking hate As Expected so much. Now, are there still created... Honestly, you could probably just ignore it. Are there still creations lurking in Purgatory? You could just say, like, I'm impressed, honestly, for that. How impressive.
いや、生物の気配はもうほとんどない。おそらく、ヘアミテオスとやらを作る実験のために使用されたか、煉獄よりも不開催仮想に移送されたのだろう。
There's no signs of life anymore, any living organisms. Perhaps they're used in, experiments to create those hemitosu, or transferred lower into the, the lowest layer below Purgatory.
だが、
What's wrong with As Expected? Nobody says anything remotely close. Nobody says that shit in English. It's just not a natural phrase. It's not a thing that people say. As such, it's not actually a translation. Honestly, in that situation, I would probably just go with I'm impressed, because that's what they mean. Like, I think pretty much all languages have a shit ton of, chunked phrases, set phrases, things like that. you know, like, for example, in English, you have your basic greeting of like, oh, how's it going? Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks, how about you? That's not a thing that you do in Japanese. So, I mean, if you were translating it into Japanese, you wouldn't always put like, saikin do for everything. It would sound weird.
1体だけ生物の気配がある。だいぶいじられているようだが、この気配はおそらく煉獄の極卒長ヘーゲモネーだ。
Yeah, there's only like one life sign, but it seems to be like being altered or tampered with quite greatly. Yeah, the warden of Purgatory,
魔術に
Hegemone.
かけ合理的な考えができる人物であった。だが、私の知る彼女の気配とは異なる点も多い。まるで何かに寄生されているような。
Yeah, that's the thing I don't like. Okay, so this fight is gonna have something to do with parasites. I don't like this. He's very skilled with magic and, you know, incredibly rational. However, there's many aspects of what I sense now that are different from, like, what I know of her. It's as though like something else, like a parasite, has taken root.
つまり、ヘーゲモネーも半身、ヘーミテオスと化している可能性が高いということだな。今度こそ極卒長を敵の支配から解放してみせる。
So then there's a high possibility that Hegemone was turned into a demigod, Demiteos. Okay, so this time we'll free the warden from their grasp.
オレオ、テミス、お前たちの力を貸してくれ。俺たちの手で何としてもヘーゲモネーを封印しよう。
Okay, please help me. We need to seal away Hegemone, whatever it takes.
仲間がいると随分強気だな。お前たちの力、存分に見せてもらうとしよ
う。And it's like you seem quite confident with or it's like you seem quite cocky with your friends around. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Neither of them are looking at each other. Hey, La Habra, maybe stop being such an asshole, dude. Okay. Here, let me set up the party finder again, just in case we could actually get more people in. Party finder code 1111. Gonna set it to 2. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay. I'm back. I mean, I guess I'll just queue us up. Let's see if this actually, like, pops anytime soon. It should, hopefully. Roll in need a sealer? Oh, okay, sick. So it should pop relatively quickly, then. Let me see, while we're queuing, let me see if I can find that, that segment where... Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so remember how, La Habrea specifically called out that you clearly weren't a familiar? Hey, wow, it would be weird if there was a Temis line where he says, I've heard stories that Mistress Vinat, who had the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. And there was another one even before that where he was like, oh yeah, you're probably a familiar. Oh yeah. There was another one. They repeat this several times, actually. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. He obviously didn't say that either. Okay, what are we actually doing here? Oh, fuck, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do for this one. I know about the whole, like, there's the parasite thing where you gotta look away from people. There's no shot in hell I would know about that without looking it up ahead of time. I know what I need to do on this one. I'm not gonna point it at the party.
私が任されたこの煉獄を守り抜いてみせる。エーテルポリオミの展開貴様らを排除する。
Okay, and then it's like you don't want to stand on the ones that are showing these little ripple things. Yeah. I'm assuming don't stand in front of those. Yup. Probably want to stand to this side now. Yup. Stand middle. Yeah. I don't know what that one was. That was just raid damage, right?
このミニ宿りし獣たちを奴らに犠牲するのだ。
Okay, 8 seconds and then you turn away, right? Okay, everybody's doing the thing. Good. Alright, easy enough, just don't stand in the thing that hits you. Ah, a bit less. Okay, so we're switching it up now. There is actual sauce going on at this point. To an extent. You haven't seen Sauce Still Savage? Look. Everything is sauce. I don't play the game, man. Anything that requires, like, any amount of movement, I will consider sauce. Okay, I'm just gonna not risk that. God damn, wrong button. Wrong target. Oh wow. Alright. What are we doing here? Alright. Okay, this is like they're gonna swap, right? So I'm good here then. Yup. I mean, we're about to kill the boss before it even gets to do another one of these. So whatever, I'm just gonna throw down passive heal and say fuck it. Ah. Oop. It's this one. This is the one that I want to be in. Yep. Hey. Like, that swap thing is fairly complicated. I definitely would not describe it as shrimple. But it's definitely not that bad. I mean, I didn't get hit by anything. Yay. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, friends.
よし、ヘスペロスの時は叶わなかったが、今度は無事に極卒長を封印できたぞ。
Yeah, we couldn't with Hesperos, but we were able to seal away the warden.
俺たちのことを認めるはずだ。
And Lahabrea should definitely, okay. He's just saying like that should totally, like, you know, that has to be proud of us. Wow. Hmm? Oh, yeah, that is like, what, the transformed warden? The tree? Is that... Oh, yeah, no, I remember this one.
宣言通り、やってのけたぞ。煉獄を滑る、極卒長ヘーゲモネーは封印した。俺たちの計画が、机上の空論じゃないことが分かったろ
We pulled it off just like we said. The Warden of Purgatory, Hegemone, has been sealed. You know, so you can see now our plan isn't just like a toothless theory or something like that.
そうだな。意見が対立しているからといって、相手の行いを正当に評価できぬほど、強量ではないつもりだ。
Holy shit. He has just kind of been told, like, as hard as physically possible here. I'm trying to think of the best way that you would put this, but it's like I'm not so narrow-minded that I can't, like, barely evaluate someone's actions just because of a conflict of opinion. He seems to be still fairly smug about that.
そのようなものが私の想定をはるかに凌駕する戦闘能力を示すとは実に興味深いものを見せてもらった。
You have an incredibly small amount of ether and you don't use creation magic. And seeing someone such as yourself demonstrate like combat capabilities far exceeding my expectations, you know, is truly fascinating.
なら今後もこちらの計画を。
So then we're going to be following our plan and
だが人員には大いに問題がある。この状況下で足手まといを連れ歩く余裕などないはずだ。一人この計画から外れてもらう必要があるな。
Oh, wait a second. You are such an asshole, man. Wow, he's such an asshole. However, there's a major issue with with personnel. Under the current circumstances, we cannot be afford to be, weighed down by, pure dead weight. Someone will have to be removed from the strategy moving forward.
足手まといだと
Ashidematoi is really dead weight, hindrance, you know? I'd probably just go with dead weight. You said dead weight. Huh?
一国卒とはいえ、未だ単独で檻も生み出せぬとは、少数で挑む以上、個々がその責任を完璧に果たす必要がある。そこに願望ばかり大きい半人前など不要。
Holy shit. And even though he's even though you are a jailer, you cannot create or summon forth a cage on your own. When facing a threat with such with such few numbers, all involved must be capable of fulfilling their responsibilities flawlessly. We have no need of half-baked individuals whose aspirations outweigh their capability. I think you could do it.
半人前でも全力で己の役割に当たればきっと成果を生む。オレオとテミスは俺にそう教えてくれた。
That's not a good... That's not a good comeback. He is saying, like, even if one is not fully capable, like, so long as they're fully devoted to their role, they can produce results. Player character and Timmy stuff that, he's saying, like, I'm not fully capable, but I can
どちらかに
still
肩入れするわけではないが、彼
pull
の
it
言う
off.
通りだ。互いを補い合うことでも成功をつかむことはできるのだと、私もパンデモニウムに来て強く実感した。
I mean, Eldivis here says, like, oh, I'm not taking sides, but I'm taking sides. Yeah, I'm not trying to take sides here, but he is right. And coming to Pandemonium, I've realized that success can be achieved by, like, can be achieved through synergy. It's like to complement one another.
それに、願望を抱くことの何が悪い。願望から己が進むべき新たな道を見出したり、行動を起こす活力を生むことだってあるだろう。
And besides, what's wrong with having, like, ambition? They can help you find a new path. They're give you the like energy to take action.
ならば語れ、お前は何を望む？
Then tell me, what do you want? Well, that's more like then speak. What is it that you want?
ヘファイストスの捕獲だ。奴の封印による解決を目指せば、被害は最小限に抑えられる。
The capture of Hephaestus, sealing him away is the path to resolution that has the least damage.
確かにパンデモニウムごと破壊すれば、手早く確実に奴を滅ぼすことができるかもしれない。だが、多くの極卒たちが巻き込まれてしまう。
Certainly, if we were to simply destroy Pandemonium and him alongside it, that would be a quick and certain way of dealing with this. However, yeah, many jailers would be caught up in it as well.
それに加えて、奴が口にしていたアテナの復活の方法を永遠に聞き出すことが。
Yeah, and on top of that, I'll never hear from him that, way to bring back Athena that he was talking about.
結局、お前はそこに戻っていくのだな。
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to... how do you want to say this? I guess you would probably say, like, so that's where what it all comes back to? For you?
やはり、お前にはこの場を去ってもらうしかあるまい。そして二度とパンデモニウムに現れるな。
Okay. Yeah, so truly then, there is, like, you leave me no choice but have you leave this place, and, like, to never show your face within Pandemonium ever again.
お前たちの計画に乗ってやるとしても、ヘファイストスは消滅させるべきなのだ。アテナの復活などという軽挙モードも決して許されない。
Even if I were to go along with your plan, Hephaestus ought to be annihilated. Yeah, like, reckless and foolish actions such as bringing back Athena will not be tolerated.
命は巡るもの、それこそが世の利だ。
Hey, wow! Hey, look, it's that thing that's like, you know, the reason why you have to have Erictonios actually use the word death? Notice that La Habrea is not using the word death? Yeah, this like life revolves, life circulates. That is the way of this world. You know, that is like the law of this world, right?
誰の母であろうとも、アテナの魂はとうに冥界へと帰っている。あるいは、すでに新たな生命として旅立っているやもしれない。
This is like, Dare no haha de arou tomo is very, very difficult to get the tone right. I guess you could say, like, it matters not whose mother she may be. You know, Athena's soul has long since returned to the underworld. Or perhaps has already, you know, set forth, departed, to become new life.
わかるか？ヘファイストスの言葉がどれほど虚妄かということが、仮に肉体を再生したとて、そこにお前の母の魂など宿り得ないのだ。
Do you understand just how utterly, like, untrue Hephaestus's words are? Even if her body could be, like, regenerated, restored, her soul would never return. Yeah, like, he actually even just says, like, your mother's soul will never return to it.
奴がその利を凌駕する術を編み出していたらどうする？
What if he's devised a way to like bypass that law?
相手は
that
お
principle.
前と同じ知識と記憶を持った存在なんだ。世の利だって嫌というほど理解しているからこそ何の根拠もなく復活なんて口にはしないだろう。
He's, you said it yourself, he's, you know, a being possessing the same knowledge and memories as you. You know, he knows how the world works all too well. There's no way he would talk about, you know, resurrection, bringing her back without any, you know, basis to it.
私と全く同一の存在ではないとも説明したはずだ。自らの欲求のため、人を素材として用いるような輩が、真っ当な手段で復活をなすと思うか？
I mean, he's kinda got you there. I believe I already explained to you that he is not identical to me. You really believe that, like, someone who uses other humans as raw, like, as materials for his, like, twisted experiments, like, could achieve resurrection through legitimate means? Like, through proper means, I guess you could maybe
なら
say.
真っ当な手段でなければ母さんを復活させることもできるってことか？
Fuck, so you have to do that very well, like... So, 真っ当な手段でなければ手段. I guess you would probably go with decent means. You know, like saying there's no way that he could achieve that through decent means. So, you know, then is it possible to bring my mother back through improper, indecent means.
己の願望のため犠牲をも肯定するような物言いだな。極卒たちを救うべきだと語っていたお前の主張は母への執着を隠すための愚者の詭弁か？
He's really kind of just laying into him. Yeah, it seems, yeah, it sounds as though you're justifying the sacrifice of others for your own desires. Was your argument that we should save the jailers merely, sophistry? To hide your, attachment to your mother. Actually, you'd probably say, like, obsession. To hide your obsession with your mother.
そのような物言いは相手を追い詰めるだけだ。今、話し合うべきは、この星のためと言いながら、斧が聖堂を進むがために妻を手にかけるような男こそ愚者ではないのか。
So, right there, Elidibus went into full-on mediator mode. And was, like, mediating the debate. Was saying, statements such as that simply, like, corner the party affected. He's basically calling him out for using improper, like, debate form. What we ought to be discussing is... you do have to say fool in the previous thing, like fool's sophistry or something like that. This is like, if anyone is a fool, wouldn't it be the man who, like, killed his own wife? Just to like, pursue the like, righteous path. Claiming it's for the sake of the world. God, I can't put things into natural English. Holy shit, I cannot put things into natural English right now. But again, this is a very long sentence. Basically, he's just saying, like, hey, you killed your wife, my mother. You said it was for the sake of the world, said it was because it was the right thing to do, but you still fucking killed her, you piece of shit. Ah.
また聞こえる。頭の中に響くあの声が。
Ah. I can hear it again, that voice in my head. What are you talking about?
正しいのは、父と呼ぶべきなのは、ラハブレやなんかじゃない、ヘファイストスだと。
Oh. It's like, yeah, the truth, the one I should call my, my father is Hephaestus, not La Habrea.
俺は母さんを愛している。だからこの頭に響く声に従おう。
Okay. I love my mother, so I will follow this. I mean, you can't just explicitly say I'll follow the voice in my head and expect me to think that you haven't fucking
ダメ
lost
で
it.
す。エリクトニオス、その声に従っては。
No, Dorius, if you follow that voice,
す
you'll...
まない。冷静になるべきだと教えてくれたのに、俺には無理だった。
No, I'm sorry, I know you told me I should, think things over calmly, but, I just can't do it. He's saying he's a heavily emotional, dumb man. Well, that's not gone well. Hey, La Habrea, maybe you made this substantially worse.
ヘファイストスの方が一枚上手だったと認めねばならんな。今のエリクトニオスは明らかに正気ではなかった。
Huh. I have to admit that Hephaestus like got the better of me, or like had the upper hand. Erictonius was clearly not in his right
エ
mind.
リクトニオスは私を前にしてからずっと感情を高ぶらせていた。憎悪や怒りといった感情をきっかけに発動する精神的な呪縛をかけられていたのだろう。
It's like Erictonius had been in a highly emotional state, you know, ever since he saw me. Must have been under some sort of like mental curse, you know, mental spell triggered by emotions such as, yeah, hatred and anger.
あの様子からしてエリクトニオスは呪縛をかけられたことにすら気づかなかったはずだ。
Based on his... And from the looks of things, Erictonius probably wasn't even aware that he was under a curse. Or like under a spell.
ヘファイストスが精神呪縛の術に長けているとすれば、極卒長たちが彼の手に落ちた理由の説明にもなる。
If Hephaestus is, you know, skilled in mental alteration, then it would explain why the wardens fell under his control as well.
ヘスペロスが見せていたラハブレアに対する執着やエリクトニオスに対する嫉妬も呪縛によって増幅されたものだと考えられそうだ。
Okay, it seems that, like as we saw with Hesperos, you know, his, like, obsession with La Habrea and jealousy towards Erictonius were amplified by that spell.
ところで、エリクトニオスが去る瞬間、何者かの思念を感じなかったかい？
Okay. Wait a second. Did you, like, sense anyone's thoughts the moment that, Erictonius disappeared?
「君も感じたのだね。こちらへの警告を発していたということは、残る極卒の誰か？
You felt it too? Was that one of the, like, remaining jailers giving a warning then?
それが誰にせよ、警告すら間に合わぬほどエリクトニオスの感情を刺激してしまったのはこの私だ。
Okay. This is like provoked. Now, whoever it may be, it was I who provoked Erictonius to the point, you know, that he couldn't be warned in
結局
time.
私は自分自身に出し抜かれたようなものだな。この私ではあいつの望みを決して肯定できないことまでヘファイストスは予想していたのであろう。
And in the end, it appears I've been, like, outmaneuvered by myself. Huh. この私では、I'm not quite sure if this is meaning what I think it might mean, that I'm assuming they're gonna do something like the real La Habrea / Hephaestus is a mix of the two, and so the reason why current La Habrea is so cold to Erectonios is a result of the split as well. That sort of thing, right? I think that might be what he's going with, this kono watashi. You know, it depends on whether or not they end up doing that, but this could be either just saying I or I as I am now. Like, you could potentially say, like, Hephaestus must have anticipated that I as I am now would have never approved of what he wanted. Or you would just say I.
こんなことになるのならば
And now that it's come to this,
だがまだ手遅れではない。今なら煉獄の支配権もこちらで奪い返せるだろう。残る最下層を攻略すれば敵の本陣へたどり着けるはずだ。
okay, I'm gonna go skip mode again. It's not too late yet. If we can gain control of Purgatory, we should be able to, like, reach their hideout, their headquarters, base, whatever.
ああ、エリクトニオスの感情も呪縛によって増幅されたものだ。本心から離反したわけではない。
Yes, Erectonius' emotions were amplified by the spell. He didn't truly, like, turn against us.
煉獄の獄卒長は封印できた。ラハブレや最下層の情報を教えてくれ。そこにはきっと最後の獄卒長が待ち構えているはずだ。
Yeah, the Warden of Purgatory has been sealed away. La Habrea, tell us what lies in that, like, lowest floor. The final jailer should be, or, like, the final warden must be waiting there as well.
最下層、その名は地獄。
Oh, wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Oh, so I mean, I did kind of spoil myself on this, but this is cool. I actually like this a lot. So, I've seen the name of the raid series, and it isn't actually called that. This is not what it is, but Jigoku here is hell. This is just unambiguously hell. Like, the bottom layer is hell. That is straight up Jigoku. So we've done... shit, what was the first one? It's Purgatory. Shit, what was the first layer actually? It was like Limbo, Purgatory, Hell is the 3 layers that they're naming them in the Japanese. Whereas in the English it's what, like Asphalodios, Abyssos, and probably some other dumb shit. When it really should be Limbo, Purgatory, Hell.
だが、そこに待ち受けているのは、獄卒長だけではない。どうやらヘファイストスは、地獄に大量の罠を仕掛けたらしい。このままでは、
No, this one straight up is just Jigoku. This one straight up is just Jigoku. Like, La Habrea is saying that the final layer here is just called Hell. The raid series changes this. It changes the G there to 10. Which ordinarily would be read as heaven, but it's using the same kanji, the same second kanji for hell. Yeah, the warden isn't the only one. Waiting there, Tartaros is what— oh, shut up. That's so fucking lame. Just... Limbo, Purgatory, Hell. Hephaestus has set a multitude of traps throughout hell. As it stands, it would be impossible to set foot within it.
となれば、こちらの切り札はオレオだな。
Yeah, so in that case, our trump card is player character here. That's our ace
私
up
た
our
ちとは
sleeves.
肉体のエーテル構成が異なるためだろう。彼女には
Oh, it gets
ヘファ
even
イスト
cooler.
スの仕掛けた罠が発動し
It
なかっ
gets
た
even
んだ。
cooler.
先ほど判明した事実だから、
I
僕も
have
まだ
spoiled-
対策できてはいない。
I've spoiled myself on this a little bit because I just wanted to see what the names were. But this is here, let me just put it in chat. So this is hell. This is just straight up, this is the kanji used for hell. What they do in Final Fantasy XIV here for the last raid series though is this. So that's Jigoku. What they do for the last raid series is this. They do Hengoku. However, that's not the normal kanji for heaven. The normal kanji for heaven is this. So they're doing a little play on words there. It's like, you know, they're doing a clean split down the middle between heaven and hell, basically, with the kanji. Now, I don't really know how they're going to move towards that from this point in the story, but it's interesting that they say that the name of the lowest layer is hell, but then it's going to end up being Tengoku somehow. It's a play on words of heaven. So, you know, like, depending on what it ends up being, you could do a lot of really cool things in localization with that. Like, you could call the place, like, Hell on High, or something like that, right? Which would be sick. Like, Kingdom of Hell, or some shit. Anything that communicates to the English player that it is supposed to be a split between heaven and hell, right? You know, some sort of play on it. Anyway, back to the game. Most likely because the ethereal composition of their body is different from ours. The trap set by Hephaestus didn't trigger for them. As they, only saw it just now, they wouldn't have been able to establish, countermeasures to deal with it yet either. Basically, he doesn't have time to set everything up yet.
ならば、早急に攻め込むべきということか。そいつに極卒長を倒すだけの実力があることは、ヘファイストスもすでに承知しているだろうからな。
So then we should attack immediately. Hephaestus most likely already is aware that, you possess the strength to defeat the warden.
同感だが、その前に一つ頼みがある。
I agree. However, there's, I agree. However, before that, I have a request. La Habre is getting very sick of this bullshit.
私たちはなぜヘファイストスがアーモ・エリクトニオスを欲するのか、その理由を知らない。
Yeah, that makes sense. We, at present, have no idea why Hephaestus is so... wholesale... I guess you would say is so fixated on Electonios.
そしてあなたがなぜそこまで母に対するエリクトニオスの思いを堅くなに否定するのか。
And why you are so, stubbornly denying or disapproving of Electonius' feelings towards his mother.
死者の復活が理に反することだというのはわかるが、あなたはアテナという人物そのものを拒絶しているように思える。敵の思惑を推測するためにも、どうか真相を語ってはくれないか？
I understand that the resurrection of the dead defies, like, that's like defies reason, but also like defies the laws of nature. But to me, it appears as though you're, like, disavowing or denying Athena as a person herself. Or, like, as a person altogether. In order to discern our, shared enemies' intentions, would you please tell us the truth?
この真相は、私以外の者に棘を向ける。それは、私の本意ではない。
Wait, what? Wait a second. Okay, that's... how do you say this? It's like... I guess you would just... The simplified version of this is he's saying, like, this truth would harm others. You know, not just me, myself. You know, that is... You know, not something I would ever want. I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, oh, what? So you're saying that you're, like, keeping quiet for Erictonius' sake somehow?
What
are you...
いや、お前の言う通りだな。だからこそエリクトニオスは、ヘファイストスの誘惑に。
No, you're right. And that's precisely why Erictonius was taken away by Hephaestus. I guess you could say lured in.
わかった。真相を話そう。だが、今は、極卒長を倒すことを優先すべきだ。
Okay, I'll tell you the truth, but now we should prioritize defeating the warden.
最後の極卒長、その名をアグディスティスという。パンデモニウム設立時からここで働いており、極卒長の中でも最も強い魔力を有している。
Okay, I'm gonna go skim, working since the foundation of Pandemonium. Strongest magical power amongst all the wardens.
奪われれば終わりだということは理解しているらしい。足場すらない断絶された空間に隠匿しているようだ。
Okay, Festus understands that if like this would be like taken away, that it would be the end. Okay, he's hidden away in like a disconnected region of space with like no stable footing. You know, basically just like sealed off somewhere where you can't actually fight it or anything.
存在が全ての計算を狂わせたな。エーテルの希薄なお前ならば直接転移魔法でアグディスティスの下まで送り込めるはずだ。
Okay. It's like your very existence throws off my calculations with your incredibly like thin ether. I should be able to send you directly to Agudistis using teleportation magic.
我々も可能な限り接近してどうにか状況を伺ってみるよ。君と敵の居場所も分かっているわけだし、内部の感知自体はそう難しいことではないだろう。
Okay, we'll, like, what, get as close as possible, try and get a feel for the situation. Know you at the bar. Shouldn't be too
戦う
difficult.
ための足場を外部から生成することや、幻影の召喚に必要な魔力を送り込むことくらい、流行ってみせるさ。封印を行う方法は、考える必要はあるが。
Yeah, I mean, they don't make any specific gender statements in the Japanese. Okay, it's like we'll create, like, space for you to fight from outside. Okay, we'll need to figure out a way to seal them. So the fight is gonna have, like, disappearing... is gonna have, like, disappearing footholds. Okay. There's no need to think about sealing. No way.
ここから感じる気配は、すでにアグディスティスのそれではない。先ほどのヘーゲモネーとは比べ物にならないほど、本来の彼女とは異なる存在へと作り、変えられてしまっている。
No, they say, in the Japanese, they say Kanozo. Never mind. Like, what I can feel from here is no longer Agonistis at all. He's been reshaped into a thing entirely, an entity, a being entirely different from her original self. Utterly incomparable to what we encountered earlier with, Hegemone.
ここまで悪しき存在へと落ちてしまったのなら、魂を冥界に返してやることが唯一の救いだ。
Now, like, to have been transformed, or, you know, like to have fallen so low, I guess you would say. Returning her soul to the underworld is the only means of saving her. Okay, we're just gonna take that at his word immediately. Okay, that's cool. No, fine. Yeah, I just trust La Habrea implicitly, totally. Let me make the party finder again if, like, patch and people want to get in. I don't know if you do. Code's 11111. 111. 1. 4 ones. Whoa. Need the DC travel? Alright. So, I mean, it'll be a second. Going back to Linus Knight? Makes sense. Okay, so what do I need to know about this one? What do I need to know about this one? It's a thing where it's got, like, the branch arms that are either close or far attack. It's got, like, ads and stuff. Well, yeah, that's the one. That's the meme. The big meme is that the boss, like, puts down an AoE with the only safe point being in the center, but there's nothing to stand on in the center, so you have to wait until, like, the very last second to walk back in. But I could totally see people being like, so am I supposed to just, like, jump into the center? There's nowhere else that's safe, and then they die, because the floor hasn't formed around them yet. And yeah, it's like a lot of movement sections, right? Yeah, I could just see it being the sort of thing where if you didn't know what was going on, and like you see the cast bar being at like 75% or something, you might just jump into the center thinking that that's what you're supposed to do. But you do that and you die. No, you fucking idiot. You had to wait for there to be floor. You didn't know that was gonna happen, but it happened. Oh yeah, and then there's also the issue of, like, there's those it summons like goats or whatever. But apparently like the goat summons means close AoE. And so you want to stand on the bridges, but the bird summon means line. Oh, I already know I'm gonna die, just because I still haven't gotten used to the dash distance on this shit. This thing being 15 meters completely fucks me up. Constantly. Still does. I am so used visually to the distance that you go with a dancer dash, that I just always end up going too far. So I already know that I'm gonna end up dashing off of the platform in an attempt to not get hit. And it does say 15M. Does not say Malm or Yalm. 15M. I'm sorry, do they have dumb separate names for like for seconds and stuff? Is it like psalms? Hang on, let me eat these eggs real quick. Okay, I think that's everybody who said that they were gonna get in. Yeah, unfortunately they do occasionally still use the whole yom thing in Japanese, but they use it way less, man. They use it, like, incredibly rarely, to the point of it being like, oh yeah, they still do use that thing sometimes, occasionally. But then in game tech stuff, it just says 15M. Anyway, let's get it. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on all that shit. Yep. Time for tree. Oh my god, instant. Insta-pop. I do have to hit them with a howdy. Yeah, you know, I think that might be you might be a bit too far gone. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I think I get what, you know, he might have been right. La Brea might have been right. I take it back. Okay. Let's see if I can remember which hand is which. This one's go back, right? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, that was somebody's fucking shadow. Okay, never mind. Oh no. It seems to be very fucked up. Oh wait, I should actually put on focus target. I keep forgetting that it's like actually a... you know, like a thing you have to do manually. I really should be actually spending the lilies during that time. That's weird. That feels weird.
足場を破壊する気かならばこちらで生成し直す。足場が足りぬなら拡張するまでだ。
Oh shit, so actually we gotta dodge this thing while while dodging this shit too, huh?
あなたを滅します。
Let's just throw a regen on. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, so this one is you don't want to stand. Okay. Ooh, shit. Birds. Yeah, there we go. We're good. We're good.
滅却します。消滅させます。いえ、なさささい。
Yeah, this is the thing that I'm assuming would get a lot of people.
注意して敵の攻撃を避けるんだ。
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this down. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. Oop. I don't want to think. Ah, yeah, that got me. I was not looking behind me. Oh my.
また足場を壊す気かならばこちらも生成し直すまでどうか気をつけてくれ。
I think I got the res off. Not sure. I guess I didn't. But the Swift guys got 8 anyway. Eh. First thing that I got hit by tonight. That, like, weird triangle one. I misread where the safe zone would be. Hooray. That's kind of great. Classic party finder shit.
君がアグディスティスを倒した直後、この空間に通じる魔力の本流が生じたんだ。 まるで私たちを呼び寄せるように。
Huh. I don't like that. Like, what, immediately after you killed, defeated this torrent of magic, like, surged through this space? Because those summoning us here?
これほど念入りに断絶された空間に魔力の流れを通したとなると、極卒長の力が必須だ。つまり、
Okay. Channel magical power through a space so meticulously sealed off would require the power, the authority of a warden. That is to say, Hephaestus. Where you at? Where you at, bro? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's her. Never mind. I was wrong.
この地獄すべてを正常に戻せればよかったのですが、残された力では、これが精一杯でした。
Ah. Okay. If only I could have restored all of hell to normal. Like with the strength I had left, this was the best I could do.
お久しゅうございます、ラハブレア様。
I'm sorry. It's been far too long, like Sir Lord La Habrea. I don't... The Sama
力
there
を
is...
そがれたこと
Honestly,
で
you could just say
精
La
神自
Habrea.
爆を出したか。
Or
極
Director
卒
La
長アグ
Habrea.
ディスティスよ。
Okay. Like, with your strength, power taken from you, have you been, like, freed from this, mental curse? Warden Augustus. Augustus.
ヘファイストスの精神呪縛は、心に秘めた感情を刺激するもの。故に一度かかれば、抗うことはまず不可能なのですが、私は、ある理由でかすかに生気が残っていたのです。
Onoryu is really pulling a lot of weight there. Hephaestus's curse incites like emotions deep within one's heart. Thus, once afflicted, it's almost impossible for the target to resist. Yet, somehow, I managed to retain a sliver of my sanity.
今こうしてお話しできるのも、そのおかげでしょう。精神を縛られ、ヘファイストスに逆らえずに行った時も、わずかな理性で、ささやかですが抵抗を試みており
Well,
ました。
actually, no, that isn't... I thought that they said was the god. Never mind. It's just like, yeah, she just said I've retained, like, my sanity. Okay, that's why I'm able to speak with you now. Like, speak with you like this now. Now you're saying it. Like, even when my mind was bound and I could not defy Hephaestus, I attempted to resist with what little, like, sanity I had left.
そうか、ラハブレアがここへ赴く契機となった極卒長による報告。あれは、あなたが。
I see, the, like, report made by a warden that led La Habrea here, that was from you. Okay, yeah, sure.
あなたも私の声を何度か耳にしてくれていましたね。声が届いたという希望も理性を保つ助けとなっていましたよ。
Alright. Yeah, you've heard my voice several times before now. That hope that my voice would reach someone was one of the things that helped me stay sane. Okay. You can go off and die now.
最後にこうして
あ
姿を
no, she's
現
not.
したのは別れを告げるためではありません。これ以上悲劇が起こらぬようあなたたちに知ってほしいことがあるのです。
This. Yeah. Like, I'm not showing myself here now to say goodbye. Like, to prevent, greater further tragedy from occurring, there's something you must know.
ラハブレア様、どうかお許しを。ヘファイストスがエリクトニオスに固執するその理由を彼らは知るべきです。
Director La Habrea, please forgive me. They should know why Hephaestus is so fixated on Erictonios.
それと、あなたがご子息に抱いている本当の気持ちを。
Yeah, and, like, what you truly feel for your son. You could maybe say, like, how you truly feel about your son. What's going on here? What's she doing? We're getting this shit on pay-per-view. I didn't know they got Disney
ヘファイスト
Plus.
ス、いや、胸元の仮面から察するに、ラハブレアか。
Maybe this is HBO Plus, actually. Hephaestus, no. Yeah, judging by the mask, La Habrea.
ラハブレア様がアテナ様を倒し、自身の記憶と感情の一部をヘファイストスとして封印した。その直後の私の記憶です。
Huh, okay, Taosu... The usage of the word Taosu here is really pulling a lot of work. I mean, it's not actually that hard, so... Well, it's not that hard to explain, but it would be difficult to translate. She is directly saying that he killed Athena, but the usage of the word Taosu here seems to show that it is not like, oh, he killed her, but rather that something went wrong, most likely something akin to this whole demigod situation, and he had no choice but to kill her. Right? That's the meaning here. What do you do? Because you can't say kill. Like, you can't say kill, because they don't say the word kill. I'm not quite sure. I can't think right now. You wouldn't say kill. You wouldn't say defeated either, necessarily, but you get what it means. Like, he sealed away a portion of his own memories and emotions as Hephaestus. This is my memory of, like, the moment immediately after.
それでは、エリクトニオスに真実を伝えないおつもりなのですか?
So, are you not going to tell Erictonios the truth?
切り離した配信はすでに封印した。真実を知る私とお前が全てを闇に葬れば済むこと。
Okay. 切り離した. What do you say? I guess you could say, like, discarded? I guess you could say, like, discarded. That half of me that I carved away or something like that has been sealed. Already. Like, you and I, like, who know the truth, got to like, bury it all in the darkness.
親子であろうと成人すれば互いに
Excised?
対等であ
Yeah,
るべ
you would
きだ。
probably say
しかし、
excised.
アテナは歪んだ教育を施し、星よりも母を愛し求めるよう執着の念を植え付けた。
Yeah, that's... even between parent and child, once, one becomes an adult, they should be as equals. Yet through, like, Athena's twisted education of the boy. She implanted like an obsession. You know, causing him to love his mother more than the world. This is the whole utopia thing. They're supposed to be equals, you know, being parent and child doesn't actually matter. Everything is for the good of all.
今やエリクトニオスは愛と信じる思いによって母に依存している。そんないつにこの真実はあまりに重すぎる。
Okay. Now, Electronius depends upon his mother through what he believes is love. For someone like him, the truth would be far too much to bear.
しかし、それで残るのは依存していた母を失ったという現実のみ。その渦中にいたあなたが口を閉ざしては、イラム嫌疑をかけられ、エリクトニオスに憎まれる可能性も。
But in the end, all that would remain then is that he would have, you know, he has lost the mother who he depends on so dearly. Yeah, if you, in the midst of all of this, stay silent, how do you say this? Like, he could, you know, he would potentially, like, blame you and hate you.
アテナは息子をエリクトニオスの魂を消し去ろうとしていたのだぞ。肉体を実験に用いるために。
Huh. Okay. If that's true, that flips it. Yeah, Athena was attempting to erase the soul of her son, of Anactonios, to use his body for her experiments. Like, the sheer disgust in this line in the Japanese is, you can tell, he's just like, hey, you know, he was trying to, like, destroy his soul, right?
もし迂闊に伝えれば、己が全ての元凶なのだとすら思うだろう。ならば、たとえ私を憎みながらであったとしても、一人の人として自立し、星のために生きる方が良い。
Yeah, and here's the whole utopia thing again. Yeah, if I were to, like, reveal this to him carelessly, you could possibly think that I was the cause of it all, or like I was behind it all. Yeah, so then, even if it means that he despises me, it would be better for him to live, you know, independently for the sake of the world.
アテナが自らを愛するように仕向けた息子を実験体に、これがラハブレアが隠していた真実。
Yeah, okay, that's kind of fucked. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that is kind of, like, trained or manipulated, but yeah, Athena was going to use her son, who she, like, purposefully trained or manipulated to love her for an experiment. Or, like, as a test subject. That's the truth you were hiding.
ラハブレア様のこと、 解決に向けた強い責任こそ口にすれど、こうした個人的な思いは一切語っていないのでしょ
う。Okay. Yeah, about La Habrea. He's spoken about like responsibility towards solving problems, but has never once like spoken about his personal feelings, right? Personal thoughts or feelings.
う。
Yeah, it's
私が
like
お伝え
that's
したのは
all
真実の
sealed
一端
away.
のみ。あとはラハブレア様自身の口から彼ら、そしてエリクトニオスへとお伝えください。
I've only told you part of the truth. Now please, tell them, the truth. Personally, La Habrea, and tell Electonios as well. I'm doing a very bad job of putting this into anything remotely close to natural English.
ご苦労だった。
It's nowhere near as stilted in the Japanese. Ah, this ご苦労だった。ご苦労だった。Again, this is one of those things where, like, translating. You can't just actually translate this to what this means. I'm assuming he's talking to Agudistis. And he's thanking her. Honestly, you would either say thank you or I'm sorry. For this one.
己を殺し、星を正しく導こうとするあなたの情熱すべて敬愛しておりました。
This is not what that means. This is a set phrase. This does not mean killing yourself. Okay. It's metaphorical, it's metaphorical. It's like I admired you. I held you in the highest regard. For your passion. Like, towards guiding the world along the right path. Like, that you'd be willing to like, sacrifice yourself, maybe you would say. Might say sacrifice.
極卒長が敗れたことは、ヘファイストスも察知していよう。干渉を受ける前に、地上へ戻るぞ。
Nah, it's the... They did say koros, but that's like... She was kind of saying, like, kill yourself, because literally it's, separating a part of himself, which is equivalent to killing it, kind of, but it's a metaphorical expression of, like, in Japanese you could say, like, to kill your... like a feeling or something like that, right? That he would be willing to neglect what he himself would want, right? It is the sort of thing that would typically be used negatively, but yes. Smother the feeling? Yeah, something like that, maybe, or like push down. But in this case, it is literally like kill off, right? Like, I think you say that in English sometimes, to like kill a feeling. Kill a memory, right? It's something along those lines, right? It's not being literal, it's more metaphorical, but yeah. This makes sense that like we dealt with the warden. Let's go back to the surface.
奴との決着は万全の状態で臨まねばならないからな。
You need to be in perfect condition when facing him.
ヘファイストスが精神呪縛をかける際に利用したエリクトニオスの父親に対する激しい憎悪。それは母への愛に起因するものだった。
And the hatred that Hephaestus used to place that curse upon Electonios was like due to was able to be brought about due to his love for his mother.
その愛すら母によって意図的に植え付けられていた。実験体として利用するため。
Yeah.
アグディスティスめ、私に断りもなく葬り去るべき過去を他者に見せるとは。
Yeah, Agadis. You know, without my permission, showing others a past that should be buried, right? Like, you know, he's saying that sort of thing, like that truth should be buried.
最後の相手であったことはアグディスティスにとって幸いだったのだろうな。
She truly was, yeah, strange woman. She's lucky that you were her final opponent, I guess. You know. Oh, wait a second. Yo, that is Sakebu. That's kinda tight. So the naming convention for these quests has been interesting. But this really should be like Hephaestus cries out a wish, or Hephaestus like screams out his wish. Sakebu. Which is pretty sick.
先ほど見た光景が何よりも雄弁に語っていたはずだ。アテナは人と創造生物の融合という研究にのめり込んでいた。
And what you saw earlier said it more clearly than, you know, could be possible in any other way. Athena was obsessed with her research into the fusion of humans and creations. Like, deeply
エリク
immersed.
トニオスを極卒として呼んだのも愛情などではない。あいつは息子を最もいじりやすい実験体としてしか見ていなかった。
The reason why she brought Electonios to be a jailer wasn't out of love. She really just saw her son as the most easily manipulatable test subject.
それがあなたが隠し通そうとしてきたこと。確かに母を敬愛していたエリクトニオスにとっては耐え難い裏切りと映るはずだ。
That's the truth you've been trying to hide. For Electonios, you know, who loved his mother, that would be, you know, an unbearable betrayal.
そしてヘファイストスはアテナの研究を引き継ぐようにしてヘーミテオスを作り出してきた。
So, Hephaestus is following in, or has taken up the mantle of of Athena's research and is creating Emeteos
どのような手
demigods.
法を取るつもりなのかは不明だが、それが奴の最終目的であるアテナの復活につながるのだろう。
It's not clear what sort of method he's, you know, intending on using, but it will likely lead to his ultimate goal of resurrecting Athena.
今はそれだけ分かれば十分だ。続きはエリクトニオスと一緒に聞かせてくれ。
Man.
それがアグディスティスの願いでもあるしね。
I don't know how else you would say it, but the problem is that Katsu doesn't necessarily always explicitly imply returning from death. And, you know, they still don't really use the word death in that same way. They're seeing it You know, Elidivus and La Habrea are still seeing the concept of returning to Ether as being totally fine and not a big deal. So I don't love using the word, like, resurrect. But, don't really know what else to do. I'll probably figure it out, like, sometime between this stream and next. And that's enough for us. Yeah, that's enough for us for now. I mean, you can save the rest for when Erictonios is with us. Now that's what Agudis wanted as well.
そうさせてもらおう。
Then I'll do just that.
ヘファイストスはもうパンデモニウム内部の環境を作り変えることはできない。
Hephaestus can no longer, like, reshape, change the environment within Pandemonium.
あとは奴が潜伏しているであろう地獄の最深部アテナが設けた実験区画に向かうだけだ。
Okay, all that's left is to go to the deepest part of Hell, where he's hiding. Huh. Chicken Kukaku. Chicken Kukaku. I mean, I guess you would say, like, research facility. You know, Athena's
とはいえ、
research
ヘファイ
facility.
ストスとて必死に抵抗することだろう。安全な侵入経路を確保するため、私の全魔力、全神経を集中させる必要がある。
Okay, in order to... Hephaestus will resist with all of his might. Okay, I'll need to, like, focus, concentrate entirely, yada yada yada.
彼女に幻影を呼び出すための魔力を送り込む役目は、ラハブレア、あなたにお願いしても。
Okay, so we're having La Habrea summon the people in Party Finder for us.
承知した。どうせ私は、地獄内部ではろくに戦闘もできないのだ。
I understand I won't be able to fight within Hell anyway.
だが、ヘファイストスに引導を渡す役目だけは任せてもらおう。お前が手を汚すこともあるまい。
Okay, yeah, I leave the... Like... Indo watasu. Like... That is, like, to perform the last rites, or, like... I guess you would say to see his soul to the underworld or something, but it's like... Yeah, are we on Aether? Yeah. Yeah, but he's saying he's going to do that himself, of, like, performing the last rites, you know. Delivering the finishing blow, I guess. I cannot have you, like, getting your hands dirty.
念のため確認しておきたい。一度は、ヘファイストスを封印していたはずだが、同じようにするつもりはないんだね。
Okay. Now, you sealed away Hephaestus once before, but... So then you have no intention of doing so again?
ヘファイストスから感じた気配は、私の記憶と異なっていた。自らにも手を加え、己を半身化しているのだろう。肉体が変質した今、以前と同じように封印できる保証はない。
Okay. What I felt of Hephaestus was different than what I remembered. Most likely, he's changed himself, made himself into a demigod. No guarantee I'll be able to see him like before.
何より、
We're going speedrun here.
この惨状なのだ。同じ過ちを繰り返すつ
Yeah,
もりは
this
ない。
tragedy is the
奴は
result of
完
choosing
全
to
に
seal
消
him in the
滅さ
first
せる。
place. I have no intention of repeating my mistakes again. He will be destroyed.
では、ヘファイストスの根城への道を開こう。
Okay. Last one. Last fight of the day. Let's go. I don't actually know what we do in this one, but... whatever, it'll be fine. Party finder code 1111. Yeah, we'll wait. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? You go left and right a lot to dodge? Okay. What am I doing? Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, he draws rectangles. That's the thing. Yeah. Cool. It's mostly a lot of drawing blue rectangles, from what I remember from the thing. This is the right one? This is the right one? Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. Oh wait, shit. Man, I am so... My brain is fried. I just selected cancel instead of... Oh my god. This one ain't gonna go well. I was doing fine at the start. This one ain't gonna go well, man. I am very sleepy. Oh fuck. Invest this time.
エリクトニオスの心はすでに我が手中にある。あとはお前たちを消し去るのみだ。
Wait a second, is this the first time we've got to hear La Habre's voice again? Because that is kind of like, he's... I don't know how long it's been since the last time he voiced this character, but that was like spot on still. Ooh! Ooh, I am grooving.
この暗き牢獄を次のしとねとしてやろう。我が炎、愛しき獣と化す。消し止め燃え上がれ高き獣よ絶望とともに眠れ
Okay, that's ridiculous. 絶望とともに眠れ
思い知るがいい
Okay.
我が身すら捧げた成果
Okay, what are we doing here? Alright. I'm assuming don't stand on the side where he's got the big spooky snake hand.
進め荒ぶる真空よ
I'm just gonna assume, like, don't stand on the side that has the giant snake hand. Okay, that's a little bit of a... That's a bit of a different thing than I was... Okay. You wanna do this, dodge. Yup. Oop. Let's not stand right there. Yeah, we're doing fine, man. We're doing fine. Nobody's taking damage. Everybody's doing great. Everybody's taking a shit ton of raid damage. Actually, that's like barely any raid damage. Never mind. chain. I do not remember what chain hand means. Do not remember what chain hand means. Okay, that's what chain hand means. Everybody get into the center. Oh yeah, this is like big AoEs. Big AoEs, big AoEs. Then we go right here. Oh wait, nope, I was wrong. I didn't see which one they went to. Okay, there we go. I could have sworn they went to those ones, but no, I just fucked that one up. I guess I just didn't quite see which one that went into. What? What in the fuck is that thing? Oh, I don't remember this at all, man. Okay, that, then that, and then this. Wait, can I just... Okay. That was not too bad. And let's just pop that instantly because people were taking a bit too much damage. Alright, he's back to normal. Chains again. I'm assuming what, that's just gonna be stand in the center again? Is it just gonna be stand in the center again? No, it is not. Now it's rectangles. Okay, which rectangles? Don't want to be in that rectangle. That rectangle's getting sealed off. You want to be wherever the rectangles aren't sealed off. All right, where the rectangles going? Oh, rectangles are going all the way over here. It appears. I didn't actually know which way it was facing on that last one. I was probably going to get tagged. But whatever. Hey, we did it. Wait, shit, I don't actually want any of this shit. Ah, my inventory, no!
"あの時、封印を施すだけにしたのが私の失策だ。すべてを断ち切るには、お前を滅するべき。
And then it was a mistake to seal you away, to just seal you away, in order to put an end to this all, and like to put an end to this. Like tachikiru. I mean, I guess you would have to say sever. Like, to sever this, I have to destroy you. I mean, probably just put an end, but he's using like a cut term because, you know, like he cut this side of him out of himself, etc. So he's using another cut term. I won't let it end here. You know, this isn't over. Oh shit.
まだこれほどの力が。
I mean, sure, why not? Apparently, he still has this much strength left. Why not, dude? Sure. Oh. Oh shit.
ラハブレアであることを選んだお前が、捨てた残りカスであろうと、譲れぬ矜持があるのだよ。
Man, they're really making me work for this, huh? You think, like, even if I'm just, like, the discarded, dregs of you when you chose to live as La Habrea, I still have my pride.
お前がラハブレアだというなら、私はヘファイストスとして全てを叶えてみせる。アテナの願いもエリクトニオスの願いも全て。
Yeah, if you are La Habrea, then I, as Hephaestus, we'll bring it all to reality. I mean, I guess you would say, like, come true. You can say come true. We'll make it all come true. Athena's wish, Electonios' wish, all of it.
願いを叶えると言いながら、息子を盾にするとは茶番もいいところだ。
I mean, yeah. Like you say that you'll make his wish come true, and yet you use your own son as a shield. What a farce.
誰の願いであろうと叶えてはならぬものがある。アテナは己の願いを叶えるため世界を犠牲にしようとしていた。そしてエリクトニオスは
And there are some wishes that should not be granted, no matter whose they may be. Yeah, in order to make her own... The problem here is that the word wish is used a lot more fancifully in English than negai is in Japanese. So I never want to use the word wish when translating negai, negao, or anything like that. But here it's really awkward to do anything else. It's like Athena was willing to throw away the world to fulfill her own desires. And as for Electonios,
エリクトニオスは自分の願いが何を引き起こすのかを理解していない。それを伝えず、精神呪縛で操ることが父の役割だとでも
Yeah, Electonios doesn't understand what his, wish would bring about. Or is it... is it your duty as his father to keep that hidden from him? To manipulate him? To manipulate his mind? God, I hate using the word wish so much. It always just sounds so cheap in English, you know? To me at least, the word wish often just sounds cheap. It sounds cheesy. Whereas negai in Japanese really doesn't. But I don't have anything better right now. My brain is cooked.
を名乗り、エリクトニオスの父を自称するなら、なぜ呪縛などという手段を選ぶ？お前の言葉など、所詮無エゴを正当化するための詭弁に過ぎぬ。
It's basically all La Habrea has been doing. If you claim to be Hephaestus, claim to be the father of Electonios, why resort to such a spell? Everything you say is nothing more than sophistry to justify your own ego.
アテナはエリクトニオスを欲していた。エリクトニオスもアテナとの再会を望んでいる。ならば、それを叶えることが。
Athena wanted Erictonios. Erictonios wants to be reunited with Athena. You know, so we can make both of those wishes come true.
アテナがエリクトニオスを欲していたのは実験に欠かせぬスカラダとしてであろう。
I'm sorry, what? Is that sauté? Or sautai? Okay. Yeah, all Athena wanted of Erictonios was like to use him as an optimal test subject.
お前はエリクトニオスのためなどと言いながら
I'm going to lose my
ア
mind
テ
if
ナの目
anybody
的を達する
says
ことしか考えていない。
Erictonios again. You know, you say you're doing this for Erictonios, but isn't it? But in the end, you know, the only, like, all you're thinking of is achieving Athena's goals. Furthering Athena's goals, I guess you could say.
私はアテナをこの手にかけたとき、これまで以上にこの星のため使命に生きることを誓った。
Again, he's using euphemisms. It's Hinikaketa is to, like, it means to kill someone, but it's another euphemism, right? I guess you could say dealt with, right? When I dealt with Athena personally, I swore that, you know, more than ever before, I would devote myself to live for the sake of the world.
それゆえに詩人としての思いは封じ、息子を導く父としての役割すら放棄したのは事実だと思う。
Okay, and it's true that, you know, due to that I sealed away my, you know, personal feelings, you know, and abandoned, you know, my duty as a father to guide his own son.
だが、お前が勝手に私の責任を拾おうとするな。私とアテナの負の感情でしか動けぬ存在のお前が。
Okay. It's like, don't you dare try and... I guess you would say, like, take up that mantle. Okay. This is like you who only, like, operates upon, like, this is such a pain in the ass. This is such a pain in the ass. So, this is the same thing described with, Dunamis, right? This ugoku. Ugoku means to, like, act, right? To operate. To move. To take action, right? So, the thing that he's saying here is that he can... This being Hephaestus only operates on... the negative emotion sentiment of Athena and himself.
俺の願い、母は俺を。じゃあ、俺は何を信じて?
Okay, he's kind of losing his mind here. He's like, yeah, my wish, Mom, I would... You know, he's just kind of like saying all the things like, you know, was going to, like, only wanted to use me. Or, yeah, what should I believe? I mean, the middle option here is really stupid. Like, telling somebody follow your heart in this situation is really dumb. It's really dumb. Just a terrible idea, honestly. The bottom option is just saying, like, come back to us. You know, come back, Erictonios. I'm just gonna say, like, hey man, you should really trust La Habrea is actually telling the truth this time.
そうだ、オレオに謝らないと。テミスにも。
I need to apologize to you and Temis.
アテナ、あなたは、俺を愛して、それとも、ラハブレア、お前は。
Yeah, okay, it's Athena, did you... like, ever love me? And La Habrea, he's still
こ
kind
のま
of...
ま、終われるものか。
Okay, I won't let it end like this. Okay, he broke out. Cool.
なんだと。まさか、
なんだと？
私の精神呪縛を打ち破ったとでも？
The translation for this line is nandato. That's all you need to know, really. You broke out of my spell, haha. What?
わからないことだらけだ。でも、オレオの言葉、確かに聞こえた。
So, Erictonios has had the lamest cool guy moments. He's just very consistently, like, in his time to shine, has just said stuff like this, where he's like, I don't have any idea what's going on. You know, but I heard her.
それに、届いてしまったんだ。
Yeah. Oh, and I also, yeah, and I heard.
同じ声かもしれない。でも、お前じゃない。あいつの言葉が。
Okay. You know, it was... like, you know, I also heard, you know, a voice, the same voice as yours. Like, ah, man, you really gotta localize this whole thing. It's kind of lame even in the Japanese. You would probably go with something like, you know, it sounded like you, but was nothing like you. You know, something like that, right? You know, I heard someone else. You know, he sounded like you, but was nothing like you. Some bullshit like that. Right? Both saying that there's a difference in quality and character. Oh shit! He's putting him in the cage! Despite all his rage! Oh, wait, won't we just get to kill him?
出来損ないのお前が檻を乱すだと？
Yeah, a failure like you. I can create a cage, okay.
こいつ、創造生物の火じゃない。あと、一歩。
Yup, straight into the cage. Oh, wait, aren't we going to kill him? Weren't we gonna kill him? Like, wasn't that the thing where we going to go?
まさか、うがー。
Yeah, that's not... The other was not right. It's like Erictonios, how? How? Oh shit. One of those. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, wait a second. He said, the guy in the present said, like, oh man, I found another crystal. It's gonna be that crystal.
落ちこぼれなんて呼ばせないって、そう思ったんだがな。
Oh, look, it's gonna be that crystal. He's gonna get that crystal, and in the present day, he's gonna turn evil or some shit like that, huh? I thought I was... You know, I was done getting called a failure. Well, actually, that's more like, you know, now. Like, nobody... Like, I thought, like, it would finally stop him from calling me a failure or something like that. My brain's cooked,
ふ
man.
ん。ようやく成し遂げたか、息子よ。
Well done. Well, actually, that's yoyoku. That yoyoku. I guess you would say, like, you finally done it, son. I guess you could also just say, like, yeah, like, you did well enough, son. Wow. Hey, wait, weren't you supposed to, like, kill him so that you know, didn't not turn him into a crystal? Or were you gonna kill him to not seal him away or something? Wasn't that, like, the whole point?
ヘファイストスを封印したクリスタルは回収した。しかしエリクトニオス目覚めて、すぐに発動させるほど、檻の魔法を得得していたとは。
Okay. The crystal Hephaestus was sealed in. We recovered the crystal Hephaestus was sealed in. But as for Electonios, Erikutonios, he truly has mastered that spell, that cage, whatever. Knows so much that he could use it like
こ
even
ち
in
らの
his
狙いも知らず、
disoriented
勝手
state.
な真似をしてくれるものだ。とはいえ、独力で檻の発動までこぎつけたことは、評価してやらねばならんだろうな。
He just went off and did whatever he liked, without even knowing what we were doing or why. You know, but I suppose I have to give him credit for, you know, managing to activate the cage on his own. Okay. Wow, the truth of Pandemonium. How is there another thing after this? It seems like it's like over. But I guess there's still a little bit more. Anyway, we probably need to get through this in order to make it so we can do the next one next stream. And actually finish it. But I might stop early if there's a good enough stopping point.
精神呪縛は完全に解けている。
Athena, but she ain't coming
肉体
back.
的にももう問題はなさそうだな。
You think she's just not gonna show up? I mean, obviously she is at this point, but I mean, like, within the confines of the story, probably shouldn't. I mean, I think that you're gonna, like he went, what's-his-face went off alone to go get that crystal, and then you're gonna get the crystal, and it's like, oh shit, the voice that he was hearing was fucking Hephaestus' voice. He's gonna turn evil and summon up Athena, or something like that. The spell's gone. Physically, there are no after effects. That is a goofy-ass run
パンデモニウムの結界へ
animation.
の干渉が途絶えたのに加えて、ヘファイストスの気配が消えたので、駆けつけてきたんだ。消滅とも違う感じだったが
Yeah, why didn't we destroy him? The manipulation on the barrier has ceased. Hephaestus' presence disappeared as well. But that, you know, it felt different than if he would have been annihilated.
そうか、朦朧とした意識の中でも封印を選んだということはエリクトニオス自身それが一番だと感じていたのだろう。
Okay, it's like even in his haze, Erictonios felt that it was best to seal Hephaestus. Okay,
状
yeah, sure.
況もわからず無我夢中だっただけだよ。
Yeah, I mean, he just says, like, no, I just really didn't know what was... Like, I was just caught up in the moment. I didn't really know what was going on.
そいつはもともとこうして封印されていたのか
And he was... Yeah, he was originally sealed like that, right?
ヘファイストスとは私から切り離された記憶と魂の一部、つまるところは肉体を持たないエーテルに過ぎない。ならばクリスタルに封じるのが最適だ。
But no... Yeah, Hephaestus is part of my memory and soul that's been separated from me. Nothing more than ether without a body. No, In that case, it would be best to seal it within a crystal, but no, shouldn't he not? Shouldn't...
ヘファイストスという存在、そしてアテナの最後について今こそ教えてくれないかい？
Okay, yeah, could you tell us about Hephaestus and, you know, Athena's final moments?
おぼろげだが、聞こえていたよ。母が俺をどう扱おうとしていたのか。
I was like faint, but I did hear it. You know, what my mother wanted to use me for.
だから、聞かせてくれ。ここで何が起きたのか、そして本当のアテナは何を思い行動していたのか。
Okay, so tell me what happened here. You know, what, you know, the real Athena was thinking and doing. Okay, oh no, this is gonna be really long. I shouldn't have done this, man. I shouldn't have done this in my, like, tired-ass state.
彼女はラハブレアインでも将来を嘱望される俊英でな。放っておくと、寝食すら忘れて、研究に没頭するような、根っからの研究者だった。
Allow me to explain the feeling that just washed over me. Have you ever been on a road trip and been out in, like, you know, the American West? You know? I'm talking, like, you know, not the Midwest, but you get into, like the Panhandle in Oklahoma or some... like in the middle of Texas somewhere, right? You know, maybe out in like Nevada. And you pass a sign for a gas station. And you kind of have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, next gas station 70 miles. And you're like, eh. And then the second you pass it, you realize, oh no, the next gas station is like a mile, like an hour and a half away. I really should have stopped at the last one. Fuck. That's the feeling. Next gas station, 70 miles. Ah, shit, bro. I've done it. And there's no way that you can turn around. Once you're on if you're on one of those highways, you cannot turn around. That is not a thing. Like, very, very technically, in some places you might be able to, but you really can't. Anyway. She was a genius, like with... It's like she was a rising star. You know, a genius of the La Habrea Institute. You know, she was a born researcher who, if left alone, would utterly immerse herself in work, creating even to eat or sleep.
そんな探求の日々の中で、アテナはいつしか生命の神秘を完全に理解したいと願うようになっていたのだ。
Like, so then, like, during, like, amidst the days of her research, Athena gradually came to desire to completely understand the mystery of life.
人は、生物は作れても、魂は作り出せない。そして、転身はできても、人の殻を破ることは不可能。その限界を超える存在となることを、彼女は無双し始めた。
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm back in it. Yeah, humans can create living beings, but they cannot create souls. And while they can... Like, and while we can, like, transform, it is impossible to break free from the, shell of humanity, or, like, break free of the confines of humanity. Like, and so she began to dream of, transcending that barrier.
自在に魂を作り出すような人知を超えた存在を示す概念、すなわち神に至ろうとしていたというのか。
I don't necessarily know if this is a thing that really makes sense. Did they establish whether or not the ancients had a concept of what would be considered a god prior to Zodiarch? I don't know if they necessarily did. This is a little bit off for me. It's like, what? He was striving to, reach that which, could freely, a being beyond, that transcends human comprehension, capable of creating souls. That is to say, a god. Yeah, creating souls at will. That very much matters.
なんと壮大で危険な願い。
Yeah, what a immense... Yeah, what a immense and, dangerous dream.
思うだけなら、語るだけなら、それは単なる無双でしかない。
It's possible
でも
they might have
アテナは
contemplated
そうじゃ
that.
なかったんだ
Yeah,
な。
I mean, it does kind of make sense. And it's interesting that they very specifically define what they would imagine a god to be, which is necessarily something that was capable of creating a soul. At will. This is a section I would really want to look at in the English. Okay, wait a second. Okay, there is one line that I want to check in the English very quickly. I'm not going to actually, start going over the English a bunch, but there is, that specific line back there I want to check. And we're not checking any more of the English. While we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, that's not what the transformation thing means, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass, she sought to enter the realm of gods. The word meant there completely changes the meaning of the script. And realm of the gods, so you completely got rid of Elidibus giving a discrete definition for what they would consider a god, in favor of Miam play gods, stupid ass, oh, science gone too far. Morons. Just thinking about it, just talking about it, it would be nothing more than just a dream. Just a fantasy. But, that isn't... Athena wasn't like that.
私はラハブレアインを治める立場としてアテナとよく人の限界を超える方法について語り合った。魂の創造などは創造学的な命題の一つであったからな。
Yeah, look, they're saying oh, such things we were never meant to transcend. No, not at all. That's not a thing for them in the slightest. Yeah, as the, director, the governor of the La Habrea Institute, I often spoke with Athena of, ways in which one might transcend human limitations. After all, the creation of souls, was one challenge of, they say, the study of creation. Right? Like they say Souzo Gaku. Souzo Gaku. So Souzo being like creation, and then slapping Gaku onto it being the study of. I don't really know what exactly you would say for that, but you know, like if they do creation, then there has to be some sort of. You're not gonna say like creatology. That would be awful. But like he specifically says that the creation of souls is like a you know, pretty much like a classical problem within the school of thought of creation, like within the study of creation. You know, how do you actually make a soul is one of those things that they, you know, academics have been investigating for a very long
し
time.
かし、思考実験を繰り返すうち、私は思いついてしまったのだ。人と創造生物の融合により、人の限界を超えるという禁断の術式を。
Yeah, okay. As we went over this thought experiment over and over again, I had an idea. I came up with it. A forbidden ritual spell that to transcend human limitations through the fusion of humans and creations.
アテナは私のひらめきを見逃さなかった。そして私に食らいつき、術式を聞き出そうとしてきたのだ。あらゆる方法を使ってな。
Athena latched onto that immediately, trying to pry the spell out of me. Like using every method possible.
まさか、俺という子が生まれたのも。
Okay, yeah, so they are just saying that. Wait, he did just kind of just say, like, she immediately latched onto this idea of mine and tried to get the spell out of me through any way that she could. And then he's just like, wait, so I was born? Like, that's why I was born? Fuck off, bitch.
私は愚かしくもアテナの真意に気がつけなかった。パンデモニウム建設の際、彼女が長官の座を望んだ時もそうだ。
I don't see how that would actually, like, the practical nature of that does not make the most sense. Yeah, I was a fool to not notice her true intentions. Yeah, the same thing occurred when she asked for the position of director during the construction of Pandemonium.
研究者としても優秀だったアテナを長官の座に据えることに何の疑問も持たなかった。そうして彼女は自由に使える実験場を手に入れた。
I had absolutely no apprehensions about appointing Athena, who, you know, an excellent researcher as she was, to the position of director. And there she got her testing grounds. You know, she got her testing grounds, her research laboratory. I guess you would say testing site. Free for her to use.
アテナはここで人と創造生物の融合を試み始めた。それを知ったお前が彼女を殺したんだな。
And it was here that Athena began attempting to fuse humans and creations. Yeah, and when you found out about that, you killed her. Right? Again, he says, koroshita. I'm assuming they're going to
実験場の
address
存在に気がついた
that he
私は
keeps
監
using
獄
this
に直行
terminology.
した。そしてアグディスティスを地獄の広間に残し、アテナと二人で。
When I learned of the existence of this testing site, I went straight here, or I came straight here. Okay, left Agudistis in like the hall. You know, the hall of hell. And then, you know, Athena and I, like, we're alone.
ここから先はその目で直接確かめるがいい。
Yeah, everything from there you ought to see with your own eyes. Oh god, it's still going.
Athena, ラハブレア、じゃあ、あれは俺か
Athena, La Habrea, so wait, so that's me?
研究の効率を考え、施設をエルピスに併設させたいというのなら、あちらの職員と極卒たちが混在せぬよう、我らは仮面を外して任に当たるべき。
Oh my fucking god. Why? Okay, like, for the sake of the efficiency of our research, if we wish to have this, like, if we wish to have this facility, like, run concurrent or, like, attached to Elpis, then to prevent the, like, intermingling and confusion between staff and jailers, our duty should be performed without masks. Oh my fucking god, why are these lines so long? He's just doing a bunch of nerd babble saying you shouldn't be wearing a
設
mask.
立時に私が出した指示を守っていないのは、そのまま犯行の証と受け取っていいのか
Okay. So then can I, like, take your failure to follow the instructions I gave at the foundation of Pandemonium to be, like, proof of insubordination? What about their
さ
son?
あ、どうでしょうね。それにしても、あなたがここに足を踏み入れるなんて、パンデモニウム設立以来かしら。
Like, who can tell? Yeah, for you to come here yourself, it must be the first time since Pandemonium was founded. Like, this must be the first time you came here
アグ
personally
リス
since
キ
the
スと
founding of
私を
Pandemonium.
いつまでも欺いておけると思ったか。さあ、エリクトニオスを話せ。
Did you truly think you could deceive Agudistis and die forever? Now, release Ericutonios. I hate this katakana so much, it's so long.
今なら、まだ間に合う。だが、もしもエリクトニオスをその手にかけるようならば、私の手で。
And there is still time. Okay. This is like, if you intend to lay your hands on Erictonios, then I will, be forced to.
他でもない、あなたの手でというなら、本望だわ。でも、どうせなら私の真意を知ってからにしてちょうだい。
Huh? Okay. It's like, if it's going to be anyone, like, I'm happy that it be you. Like, if you must, do so after I tell you what I truly intend to do.
研究を止めるつもりはないということか。
Okay, so you have no intention of stopping your research, then?
私のこの気持ちを知ってもらえれば、止めようもない劇場なのだと、きっと理解してくれるはずよ。
Okay. Gekijo. Yeah. If you could only understand how I feel, like you would know that there is no stopping, like, this passion, I guess. The Gekijo there is like, you know, she just can't stop. Just can't stop it.
個人の思いなど関係ない。その行いが星にとってこれか非かが問題なのだ。
Your personal feelings, personal sentiment has no bearing here. What matters is whether or not, like, your actions are for the good of the world or not.
そんなこと分かっているわ。あなただって院を離れてまで当たり前のことを告げるために来たわけではないはず。
I know that. I know. You didn't come all this way from the Institute just to tell me something so obvious. I'm sure.
知りたいのでしょう。院の優秀な研究者であり、自分と子をなしたほどの相手が何を思ってこのような大それたことを始めたのか。
Yeah? Okay. You want to know? Don't you? Like, what was going through the mind of that, like, you know, that brilliant researcher? You know, the mother to your son. Why she would do something so outlandish. Or, like, so monstrous, I would go with, actually.
教えてあげるから、テオ。言葉では足りない究極の相互理解を。
I'll show you. Give me your hand. The words
ま
are
さ
not
か
enough.
あなたたちは魂の融合を
Ah, okay. That's like, you know, we have to understand one another perfectly. And wait, you use your souls. Okay, so that's why I was saying
その
that.
通り
Okay.
魂の境界を越えて2つの魂を混ぜ合わせる。アテナは自身を理解させるため全てを私に差し出してみせた。
Yes, yeah, transcending the boundary of souls. Yeah, like, or you would say like transcending the boundary, two souls blending together. You know, as one. Athena offered me everything, you know, to make me understand her.
そしてこの時の私はアテナの思いを知りたいという誘惑に抗えなかったのだ。
And at this moment, I couldn't resist the temptation to know, you know, Athena's thoughts. This only would probably be mind, actually. Athena's mind.
果たして彼女は私を愛していたのか。
Yeah. This is the first time that he actually... Okay. This is very important to the tone of the story. I glanced over at the English and they did not do this properly. Notice, La Habrea before this moment did not say anything even remotely like this. Didn't talk about his own emotions like at fucking all here. Right? And then he says, I couldn't resist the temptation to know her mind. You know, at the very least, to know, like, this hataste here is like, you know, to know, like, what he actually wanted to know is, like, at the, you know, did she ever actually, you know, truly love me?
我の思い、願い、それは汝となりて。
Yeah, my mind,
汝を
my
我と
wish.
する。
you know, will be as you, you know, いやいや、我を何時とする、何時を我とする。我は何時。
ど
I am
う
thou,
感
thou
じ
art
る
I. Can you feel it?
これが私の願い、私のすべて。
And this is my wish. This is all that I am.
ああ、なんという純粋な。
ああ、純粋だ。Okay, this Jinsui, fuck me. God, like how pure, I guess. It's not actually a value judgment, but it's. I'm assuming he's referring to the concept of being able to sense someone's soul entirely. Or he could clarify that statement after.
生命の神秘に挑むため、人という殻を破り、
Should he really be watching this? Wouldn't this is much worse than walking in on your parents doing it. This is like infinitely worse. Are you sure you want to be watching this, my guy? Ugh. To understand, yeah, to challenge to understand the mystery of life, to break free of the bonds of humanity, reach a higher level of existence.
どこまでも純粋な知的探求。
Yeah,
他者
okay,
への思い
Jinsui.
も、星への思いも、欠片もない。
Yeah, Jinsui na. Yeah, what a pure pursuit of knowledge. There's no feeling, no thoughts towards others, towards the world, anything else.
残念。
How unfortunate.
でも、あなたは知ってしまった。私の思いとともに、これまでの研究成果もすべて。
But now you know my thoughts. This is like my mind, the result of all of my research.
たとえ何らかの手段で記憶をかき消したとしても、魂深くに刻まれた生命の神秘を垣間見たいという欲求は根を下ろし、あなた自身の渇望となるのよ。
Okay. I mean, I don't think just saying this makes it true, but she does say, like, even if you somehow, erase the memories, that desire to what, glimpse? Yeah, the mystery of life has been etched deep within your soul. It will take root and become your own, your own obsession.
ならば、魂ごと切り分ければよいだけのこと。暗き思いも、研究にまつわる知識も。
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I will carve out my soul itself. I mean, it's like, I guess you would say, like, carve apart my soul itself. These dark thoughts. With the knowledge of this research.
この旅の事態は、私の心の弱さが引き起こしたもの。ならば私は弱き思いのすべてを切り離し、今後はより一層、ラハブレアたるものとして。
As La Habrea, he said yes. This was caused by the weakness of my own heart. I shall, like, sever, cut away all of this, you know, the weakness, you know, of my heart, my soul, and dedicate myself fully. All of that was just to do with the cool-ass half-mask thing.
かくして私は、アテナの魂に汚染された自己の魂を分割し、クリスタルの内に封印したのだ。
Okay, I divided my soul, which had been, contaminated by Athena, and sealed it within
まさ
that
か、
crystal.
それが後に肉体を得て、ヘファイストスと名乗ることになろうとは思っていなかったがな。
I never once believed that it would, one day take on physical form, and the name Hephaestus.
なんという無茶を、記憶の改変ならまだしも、部分的にとはいえ魂を切り離すなど、自己の存在を作り変えるに等しい所業だ。
Yeah, he's just like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, altering memories is one thing, but severing the soul, even partially, like, is tantamount, or is, tantamount to, like, remaking oneself. Remaking one's very essence.
おかげで地上に戻った時、14人委員会の中でも、窮地の者には随分と怪しまれた。特に、イゲオルムやエメトセルクにはな。
Thanks to that, when I returned to the surface, my, like, my friends, old friends in the Committee of 14, viewed me with considerable suspicion. Or, they were just very suspicious of me, particularly Ige Ormu and Emmett Selk. Yeah, no shit.
当たり前だ。命があっただけ、奇跡だとも。
I mean, that's obvious. It's a miracle that you survived.
切り離した魂を処分せず、封印したのは、いずれは有益な知識を取り戻すつもりがあったからか?
Huh. Did you seal away that, like, your severed soul instead of getting rid of it because you were, like, intended to pull some useful knowledge from it one day?
確かに、その可能性は頭をよぎったが、魂の分離など、私にとっても、初めての試みだったのでな。
And certainly that possibility crossed my mind, but it was the first time I'd ever attempted to divide a soul.
分離後に、自己の魂に異変が生じた場合に備えて、対処可能なようにしておきたかったのだ。結果的には、それが誤りだったわけだがな。
I wanted to be prepared in case something happened to my soul following the separation, but, in the end, that turned out to be a mistake.
今にして思えば、アテナは、私が魂を分離することまで見越して、密かに、半身のス体を残しておいたのだろう。
I'm sorry, what? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Athena must have, like, secretly preserved a perfect body for a, for a demigod, anticipating that I would, like, go as far as to separate my soul, divide my soul. I don't think she could possibly see that coming, dude. I don't think that that's even remotely close to reasonable.
ヘファイストスは自分の行動を父や夫としての責務だとも捉えていたようだが、実際はアテナの欲望に突き動かされていたに過ぎない。
Hephaestus seemed to view as what he was doing as, fulfilling his responsibility, his duty as a father and husband, but in reality, he was simply being driven by Athena's, desires
だからこそ、ヘファイストスは、自身が究極の存在になろうとはしていなかった。あくまで、復活したアテナが研究を完遂することを望んでいたのだ。
Yeah, okay, that's why Hephaestus never attempted to become... I mean, I guess you would probably say, like, to ascend himself. You know, to transcend the limits of humanity himself. All that he wanted was for the revived Athena to finally complete her research.
そうは言っても似ていた部分もあった。己の思いを押し付けて他者を支配しようとしたことなど我々の最大の過ちであり共通点かもしれないな。
Yeah? And still, there were similarities. Yeah, this Omoyo again. Yeah, such as, like, forcing our thoughts and aspirations onto others, you know, and attempting to control them. It was, like, it's our greatest failing and what we share in common.
なあ、俺が精神呪縛を受けてる間に何を伝えたんだ？これがラハブレアの本心だというのか？
What did he... What did he tell you was, you know, out. Is this really... You know, like, is this how Lahabra actually feels? I mean, you should probably ask him, you know? Okay, your options are he promised to tell the truth. Okay, it's your turn. I mean, I'm gonna say it's up for you to decide here. I'm just like, I'm washing my hands out of this whole situation.
One, 聞かせてくれ。お前が真相を隠していたのは、母を愛していた俺にとって、それが最善だと考えたからか?
Okay, tell me one thing. Did you hide the truth? No, because you thought it... Like, did you hide the truth from me? You know, considering how much I loved my mother because you thought it was the best for me.
俺が知っているラハブレアは決してそんな判断をする男じゃなかった。まだ信じられないんだよ。
The Lahabrea I know isn't the sort of, you know, man to do such a thing. I just can't believe it.
何をどう言おうとも、最後はお前が信じるかどうかだ。私の思い、お前が反じるがいい。
Okay, no matter what Yeah, it's like, no matter what I say, in the end, you know, it's up for you what to believe. Like, you can judge my mind for yourself. I mean, like, thoughts, feelings, I guess in this case you would say feelings. I don't know. But he's basically just saying it's up to you to decide.
ラハブレアというのは、己の使命を何よりも優先する。炎のようにどこまでも一人で突き進むような、そんな男だ。
La Habrea puts his mission above everything else. Flame, what do you do with this? What do you do with this? What do you do with this? I mean, you could just say, like... You know, like a flame, he charges forward, alone, relentlessly.
お前の
Kind
こと
of
だから
works.
地上に戻ればそうしたいつものラハブレアに戻るだろう。だからこの地獄の底で言っておくよ。
Okay. You know, since it's you we're talking about when we go back to the surface, you know, you'll go back to the same old La Habrea. So I'll say this here, like in the bottom of hell.
ありがとう、ヘファイストス。
Thank you, Hephaestus. Stone-faced. I mean, the dude literally lobotomized himself, so... I can see where they might start going for Dawn Trail now, though. If this is what they're getting into, like if this is the sort of territory they're getting into where they're going on, like, oh, what happens if you split up, like, parts of somebody's soul and shit like that, I could see where they would be going. There's no way in hell I am starting the next part of the quest right now. I've been going on fumes for the last 2.5 hours. So, that is going to do it for me for right now. Dude, this is a problem. It's too early for me to, like, just try and go to sleep. But it's too late for me to, like, attempt to wake myself up further with any caffeine or something. This is my personal hell. What does all of this have to say before we
語るべ
leave?
きことは全て話したつもり
Immediately talk to La
も
Habrea.
う決してこのような個人的な情念によって道を踏み外すことはないと誓った。ヘファイストスはラハブレアを語る偽物ではなく、ある意味においては彼の一部でもあったわけだ。
Okay. Yeah, he says, like... Hephaestus was not, like, an imposter pretending to be La Habrea in a sense. It was part of
私
him.
の知る彼は何よりも使命を優先する人物だ。その性質もあるいは負の感情を切り離したことによってさらに強められていたのかもしれないな。
Okay, the man I know is someone who, like, puts his duty above all else. Like, that nature of his, or that tendency of his, like, might have been strengthened even more by his, like, his removal of his negative emotions or something like that. Yeah, it's like, him being the way that he is was amplified by him fucking lobotomizing himself. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Oh my god, if I have to see... Erictonios. Ori. Erictonios. Temis. These names are... these are gonna be stuck in my head all fucking week. I hate it. Oh, and it looks like we're getting frame drops right as the stream is about to end, so this is a perfect time to end it. I will see you all on Sunday, hopefully, for the conclusion, hopefully, of this raid series, hopefully. Alright, peace.